Good morning, and welcome to the June 2nd, 2026 meeting of the Calvert County Board of Commissioners. This time I'd like to ask Reverend Virginia Tyler Smith with All Saints Parish in Sunderland to come forward for our invocation. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm pleased to note, as the priest at a church that was formed in 1692, that we are just a few years younger than the county, and for the last 334 years, we have been praying for the people here just as you have. I'd like to draw our prayer today from the Book of Common Prayer. Please pray with me. O Lord, our governor, bless the leaders of our land, that we may be a people at peace among ourselves and a blessing to other nations of the earth. Be with these, your commissioners, and all in this county who make our laws, give courage, wisdom, and foresight to them to provide for the needs of all our people and to fulfill our obligations in the community of nations. And finally, teach our people to rely on you and to accept their responsibilities to their fellow citizens, that they may elect trustworthy leaders and make wise decisions for the well-being of our society, that we may serve you faithfully in our generation and honor your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend. Would you like to, you have any events coming up at your church? Would you like to throw anything out there and notify the public of anything while you have the opportunity?
Thank you. We just completed our Calvert Arts Festival, which is one of the things for which we're most proud, and I'm pleased to let you know that $15,000 raised by that festival will go to 4 different charities here in the county. So very pleased to be able to do that, and invite anybody on Sundays. We're at 8 and 10:30. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Takes us to the approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion, or are there any amendments to the agenda?
Mr. President, I move that we approve the adopted agenda as submitted.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as submitted. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Takes us to our public service announcements. We have a flag raising ceremony for veterans and military families. Raising ceremony will be June 9th at 8:30 at the Circuit Courthouse flagpole. Colors will be presented by the Calvert County Sheriff's Office Color Guard. The national anthem will be performed a cappella by Joy Mitchell, wife of a Color Guard member. The public is invited to attend the event celebrating America's 250th anniversary. Joy Mitchell can sing the national anthem like no other. She's phenomenal. If you haven't had the opportunity to hear her, I would encourage you to come there, if not for no other reason, just for that. Mail-in ballots for the 2026 gubernatorial primary election. The Maryland State Board of Elections recently announced that a printing and coding error by its mail-in ballot vendor resulted in some voters statewide receiving incorrect party ballots. All voters who requested a mail-in ballot should have received the new correct ballot. Once voters receive their replacement ballot packet, they should destroy the original ballot packet they received. Residents with questions should contact the Calvert County Board of Elections at 410-535-2214 or email elections@calvertcountymd.gov. The Kaboom Playground build-out. Thank you. The Board of County Commissioners thanks all organizations, residents, employees, and volunteers who helped construct the new Kaboom Playground at Cove Point Park. The playground is complete and stands as a testament to what can be accomplished when a community comes together to build something residents and visitors can enjoy for years to come. The FY27 budget. The fiscal year 2027 Commissioner's operating budget is now available for review at www.calvertcountymd.gov FY27 budget. Hard copies are available for review at Calvert County Public Libraries or by contacting Department of Finance and Budget at 410-535-1600 extension 2435 or by emailing budgetteam@calvertcountymd.gov. The Animal Shelter Animal of the Week. Do we have one this week?
Mm-hmm.
We do. Here she comes. So what we did, I guess 2 years ago now, is we set up a program where We have our animal shelter come in, they have Animal of the Week, they present that animal, and if that animal's adopted between our commissioners' meetings, the adoption fees are waived. Who do we have with us today?
Today, I have with me Smoke. I think I'm going to avoid taking him out just because I don't know if he's going to get a little nervous.
Okay.
I hear him.
He is a gray male cat. He's roughly 12 years old. We have him estimated around 12. He's been with us for about 4 weeks. He is extremely sweet, very vocal. He just really wants all the attention. He came to us through one of our animal control cases. So he is he's been with us for a little while. He is ready for adoption. He has lived with dogs, other cats, so he would do good in just about any home probably. If you're not interested in a senior cat, we do have tons of others available. We have kittens, we have cats of all ages. We're filling up on cats right now. It's that season. We also have a lot of dogs. We have a tortoise, some random things, you know. So come on in if you can adopt. Come volunteer. We take donations, all the things. It's getting to be that time of year where it's good weather, where we could use some dog walkers to get some of the guys out for enrichment and going on hikes and things like that around the shelter. So, like I said, this is Smoke. His pictures will be up online. I'm just a little nervous he's gonna maybe jump around, get a little scared. So, but he is a very good boy. So, come on down to the shelter or look at our website and see what we have available.
Okay.
All right.
Volunteerism good for you down there now?
Huh?
Is volunteerism good?
Yeah, we do have quite a bit. We could always use more though.
Okay.
Always use more. Even if it's, you don't want to deal with the animals per se, we do also, you can come help us do catch up on laundry, dishes, things like that. So we do it all, making enrichment for the animals. So.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Still talking. Yeah.
That takes us to proclamation. We have one proclamation today for National Safety Month. Commissioner Hance.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for recognizing Safety Month and for your continued commitment to creating a safer workplace for all county employees and the residents we serve. Risk Management has the privilege of working with all of the departments across the county. While policies and trainings and procedures are important, our greatest safety tool is the daily commitment of each employee. They look out for each other and for one another. Safety Month serves as a reminder that preventing injuries and accidents is not just a one-time effort. It is something we practice every single day. Whether we're working in an office, in a park, operating equipment, driving county vehicles, or serving the public, the choices we make have a lasting impact on our health, our family, and our community. This month, I encourage everyone to take a moment to evaluate workplace hazards, refresh their safety knowledge, and speak up when they see opportunities for improvement. Every incident prevented is success, and every employee who returns home safely at the end of the day is our ultimate goal. On behalf of Risk Management and General Services, thank you, Commissioners, for your commitment and for this proclamation for supporting our initiatives to make safety a priority throughout our organization. Let's continue working together to build a culture where safety is not just a program, but a shared value. Thank you. And I'm Ellen Simpson, your risk manager. Sorry.
I was going to get there.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I did bring some friends with me.
Sure.
Oh, introduce yourself.
Introduce yourself.
I am Christina Beltz, and I work in General Services with the Safety Committee and Risk Management.
Good morning, Jamie Angus, Risk Management Assistant. Good morning. I'm Michelle Langham, Risk Management Specialist with Human Resources Risk Management.
And I'm Ashley Wilkerson. I'm with the Safety Committee from Technology Services.
So good morning, ladies. I just want to thank you all for what you do because, as you say, safety is the most important thing. No matter what you do in county government or in your regular lives and your regular jobs, you know, we want everybody to be as safe as possible. I have a battle scar from an accident. They happen so quick that you just don't know. You know, you don't even realize what's going on at the time until it's too late. And unfortunately, we lost our safety officer. We didn't lose him. Our safety officer retired, Danny Baker, who did an outstanding job training our staff, making sure our facilities were safe. Danny is greatly missed. I think we're in the process of trying to find somebody to replace Danny, but that's going to be a really hard job to do because Danny did such an amazing job keeping us all safe. So we do have a proclamation here to celebrate Safety Week Month. Whereas the Board of Calvert County Commissioners recognizes the benefits of fostering a strong safety culture for all county employees and for all citizens. And whereas the greatest assets of the county are its employees and its citizens. And whereas each year more than 4 million workers suffer job-related injuries or illness, and over 4,000 Americans die in work-related incidents affecting not only the hurt workers and families, but also negatively affecting the businesses and the local economy. And whereas preventable injuries are the third leading cause of death in the United States, according to the National Safety Council. And whereas the Calvert County government's risk management and safety program will participate in National Safety Month to enhance their commitment to a safe and healthy workplace. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Calvert County Board of County Commissioners that the month of June be known as National Safety Month in Calvert County. Be it further proclaimed that the Calvert County Board of County Commissioners encourages all employees and citizens to recognize the value of safety in the workplace and at home. Given our hands and sealed the second day of June 2026, signed by all five. Thank you.
That was really good. Can I have everybody shift just to their left a little bit more? Keep going, keep going. Perfect. All right. And 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go this way, this way, this way. You're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. So that's going to take us to our consent agenda. There's 10 items on there, or 11 items on the consent agenda. So I'm going to do items 1 through 3 and 5 through 9, and you'll see why in a few minutes here. Item number 1 on the consent agenda, Department of Public Works, Maryland Rural Water Association Apprentice Program. Item number 2, Calvert County Sheriff's Office State Fiscal Year 2026 Law Enforcement Training Scholarship Grant. Item number 3, Calvert County Sheriff's Office Fiscal Year 2027 Sex Offender and Compliance Enforcement in Maryland Grant. Item number 5, Department of Community Resources Senior Citizen Activity Center Operating Fund Grant Application. Item number 6, Department of Community Resources Senior Medicare Patrol Grant Application. Item number 7, Department of Community Resources Adult Protective Services Memorandum of Understanding. Item number 8, Calvert County Sheriff's Office Tri-County Mutual Aid Agreement Memorandum of Understanding. And item number 9, Department of Community Resources Grant Application for Healthy Families Home Visiting Program.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and adopt the consent agenda items 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to approve items 1 through 3 and 5 through 9 on the consent agenda. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, that takes us to item number 4, which is Department of Parks and Recreation, Chesapeake Hills Golf Course 2026 liquor license application renewal.
And Mr. President, I have to recuse myself for that.
Yes, sir. Okay, so item number 4, Department of Parks and Recreation, Chesapeake Hills Golf Course 2026 liquor license application renewal.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and adopt the consent agenda item number 4.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda item number 4. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Could you ask him to step back in, please?
Yep.
That takes us to items 10 and 11. So there's 3 of us on the board who have land that has potential TDR violations, not violations, but contradictions.
I don't have any violations.
Anyhow, in the event it was 2 of us would recuse ourselves. Since it's 3, Madam Attorney, could you explain that, how that works? Or sir, could you explain how that works?
Okay. I'm sorry. Could you please repeat your?
So this is talking about the 3 of us have interest in TDRs.
Correct.
And how that affects the board in voting and recusing and not having to recuse. And
Correct. And so with respect to that, because there is a conflict,
correct.
then that would be something that the Board of County Commissioners would have to recuse themselves, the appropriate ones. But because there are 3, you need a quorum to conduct business, then that would be something that you could move forward with.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you for the explanation.
Thank you.
I'm going to read items 10 and 11.
May I interrupt you,
Yes.
President Ireland? I'm going to make a motion to remove them from the consent decision, both 10 and 11. I've read further, and I understand the TDRs are being purchased for minor subdivisions, and I need more time to investigate what is their minor subdivision, entrances, so on and so forth. So I want to have time to investigate this, because if they're putting shovel in the ground in this county, I want to know more.
So you'd like it moved to another agenda?
Second. Yes, I'd like it moved to
Okay, fair enough.
another. And I can do it next meeting on Tuesday, but I want to be able to study
No, that's fine.
this,
That's understandable.
see how many houses they want, so on and so forth.
No,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
Uh-huh.
So you got a motion
So
and a second.
we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that? All those in favor of moving that items number 10 and 11 on the consent agenda to our next meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Takes us to old business. Department of Economic Development, approval of additional grant funds and budget amendment for the Armory Site Development Project. So vote.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioners. I'll go ahead and read the memo, and then we can move forward. Background. The Armory Site Development Project in the Capital Improvement Plan, CIP 12, aims to construct an open-air pavilion to enhance the Prince Frederick Town Center area by creating a vibrant multi-use space that supports economic growth and community engagement. The project received funding through the Rural Maryland Economic Development Fund, overseen by the Maryland Department of Commerce and administered by the 5 regional councils. A revised grant agreement provides a no-cost extension through June 30th, 2026, and 2 additional grant awards totaling $176,541 for the project. Discussion. A public hearing was held May 5th to increase the fiscal year 2026 grant funds by $176,541 to receive additional funding from the Rural Maryland Economic Development Fund through the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland, and leave the record open for 10 days pursuant to the Local Government Article 9-105. No public comments were received. Fiscal impact. Budget Amendment BA 2026-815 allocates $176,541 in funding from the Rural Maryland Economic Development Grant. Conclusion recommendations. The Department of Economic Development requests the Board of County Commissioners close the record and approve, adopt, and enact the resolution and budget amendment BA 2026-815 to allow the additional $176,541 in grant funding, and to authorize the board president to sign the updated modification to the Memorandum of Understanding with the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland. And this was done in coordination with Finance and Budget, the Department of Public Works, and the Office of the County Attorney.
Okay. we have a motion?
Mr. President, I request the Board of County Commissioners close the record and approve, adopt, and enact the resolution and budget amendment BA 2026-000815 to allocate the additional $176,541 in grant funding and to authorize the Board President to sign the updated modification to the Memorandum of Understanding with the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland. Second.
So I have a motion and a second to close the record and approve and adopt and enact resolution and budget amendment BA 2026-815 to allocate the additional $176,541 in grant funding and to authorize board president to sign the updated modification to the memorandum of understanding with the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Soberg, I understand we have somebody here from the Tri-County Council this morning.
Yes, thank you, sir. This would not have been possible without the support of John Hartline, Executive Director for the Tri-County Council of Southern Maryland, and he is in here today. If he could come forward just for a very brief special presentation.
Absolutely.
I'm John Hartline. I'm the Executive Director of Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland. We've been the administrators of the Rural Maryland Economic Development Fund. I have in my possession here a check for $176,000 in change, and the check is made out to the commissioners of Calvert County. I'm going to give it to you. And I also want to mention the checks of this size require a cosign by a member of our board. It was signed by Commissioner Alderson of St. Mary's County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll say, come on up, we'll take a picture. Yep.
Hold up, Amber wants a picture.
And we'll get a picture.
Appreciate it very much.
Why don't we do a big picture with all the board? That's okay, right?
Yeah,
in front?
come on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Scooch in just a little bit. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks again, John, and Tri-County Council. Department of Finance and Budget is going to do a presentation on bond options and credit rating. Melina?
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. For the record, Melina Brookshire, Chief Financial Officer. This morning, I am pleased to introduce our financial advisors from Davenport, and they are here to provide a financial update related to bond options, credit rating considerations that impact our future capital planning. We have worked with Davenport for many years, and they have supported the county in areas such as financial planning, debt management, bond issuances, and the evaluation of financing options. Because of that longstanding relationship, they bring both technical expertise and a strong understanding of the county's financial objectives. So we are bringing this item to you today at your request to help inform our future decisions related to our capital improvement plan and how we may finance current and future capital needs. Today's presentation is informational, and it's intended to support future decisions. There is no immediate fiscal impact for you all receiving this information today. So Davenport's presentation will focus on several important areas. First, they will discuss reserves and why reserve levels matter so much to our fiscal flexibility and our credit rating process. They will then discuss bond amortization options and the trade-off between lower annual payments and higher total interest cost. And then third, they will provide context on the county's debt policies compared to other highly rated Maryland counties. So with that, I will turn it over to Davenport.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Brookshire. Good morning, commissioners. I am Jennifer Derrickson with Davenport and Company and joined by my colleague.
Hi, I'm Susan Ostazeski at Davenport.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm going to walk through, as Ms. Brookshire said, I'll walk through the section on reserves, and then Susan's going to cover the final two sections on bond amortization and financial policies. So in terms of reserves, the county's reserve position is important for a number of reasons. First of all, it determines the flexibility to meet current financial obligations, but also absorb on any unexpected one-time risks. And so this could be any fluctuations in revenues or expenditures that the county might experience during any given fiscal year. It could be due to volatility of economically sensitive revenues, such as income taxes, which obviously, all Maryland counties are subject to. Also significant tax-based concentration, which I know, the county obviously does experience and has been pointed out by the rating agencies. And then exposure to one-time outlays, such as natural disasters, global pandemics, cuts in state and federal aid. The state obviously has been pushing down costs to counties over the last few years, and likely that will continue just given their financial position. So that's something to, obviously take into account. And then also with the federal workforce reductions that have happened, I think just trying to figure out how that could potentially impact, finances, and having those reserves is important to sort of offset, any of those one-time outlays that might appear during any fiscal year. In addition to that, maintaining strong reserves is just a solid financial practice, kind of similar to maintaining a savings account, personally. If you take a look at the county's budget, your reserve position really helps to offset your more limited financial flexibility. If you look at what the county pays for education, debt service, pensions, and OPEB, that's about 57% of your budget, so more than a majority of your budget. So, having those reserves to help offset these, situations that might arise during the fiscal year is important. And then finally, reserves are the single most important factor that a rating analyst looks at when determining the county's ratings. Your strong reserve position is to help support the county's AAA ratings from the three national rating agencies, Moody's, S&P, and Fitch. The rating agencies are not only interested in looking at historical reserve levels, but also projected. Where is the county going? What kind of reserves does the county envision, holding? And they compare that to, both state and national AAA medians. They want to make sure that you're in line with your peers to be able to maintain that AAA rating, and you're not an outlier in that peer group. So if we go to the next slide, I just wanted to give you an overview. This slide is looking at Moody's calculation of available fund balance ratio. We've included all of the AAA counties in Maryland. There are 10, including Calvert County. And you can see here on this chart that Calvert County, in terms of available fund balance ratio as of fiscal 25, was fourth lowest among the Maryland AAA counties, and did remain below the state and national medians for AAA counties. So it's something that the rating agencies will be watching, and in a few slides I'm going to talk about the importance of reserves and some recent rating actions that have occurred because that have been driven by reserve levels. This next slide here is just taking a more broad view. I've included the Moody's rating scorecard, and I've included all of the metrics that Moody's looks at, but wanted to really focus in on the financial performance in terms of that available fund balance ratio that we just spoke about. You will see that as of fiscal 25, the county was at 37.8%. And that was still ranked in the AAA category, so the highest category that you could be ranked in for reserves. However, I do want to point out, if you look to the left, you'll see that the threshold for that AAA county category is 35 to 50%. So at 37.8%, you're sort of getting to that cusp of going from AAA to AA on that reserve metric. And even with your fund balance being at the AAA level, if you look at the scorecard in general, if you look to the bottom in that red box, you'll see that the county, even with that strong reserve level, is still coming out at a AA1, which is one notch below the AAA level. So continuing to maintain strong reserves is going to be a major rating driver. And falling below that 35% could potentially cause negative credit pressure on the rating. So as I mentioned, the importance of reserves and credit ratings. So there have been a number of rating actions that have been taken in Maryland, and a number of them were the result of reserves really falling below state and national medians. So last year, in May of 25, the state of Maryland was downgraded by Moody's from AAA to AA1 due to economic and financial underperformance. They had a negative outlook put on them the year prior in May of 2024. In addition, they just went through the rating process again, and they were assigned a negative outlook by S&P. So S&P is, and that was due to financial performance in terms of not maintaining structurally balanced budgets and utilizing reserves. The same similar time frame to the state last year with Moody's, Prince George's County was also downgraded from AAA to AA1 by Moody's. And that was due to fund balance and liquidity levels that were out of line with peers. It also had to do with the economy and the uncertainty from the federal employment contraction that was happening. And just like the state, the Moody's had put them on negative outlook in May of 24. And then finally, Baltimore County, they were assigned a negative outlook in February of 2018 due to a narrow financial position. They have since strengthened their reserve policy, and the negative outlook was ultimately taken off in 2022, but they were on negative outlook for a very long time and something that Moody's was watching. So I think now we're going to turn over to bond amortizations, and Susan's going to walk you through this section.
Hi, thank you. So we were asked just to show a comparison between a 15-year bond amortization and a 20-year bond amortization. The county has traditionally funded its general fund projects with a 15-year amortization, but there are a number of counties in Maryland and throughout the region that use 20-year debt service, so we wanted to show you a comparison of the two. So for example, on a $20 million project with a 15-year amortization, you're looking at about $1.78 million annually, and total debt service would come out to about $26.7 million. For a 20-year amortization, the annual impact does drop to $1.48 million for a total of approximately $29.7 million over the course of the 20 years. That does save you nearly $300,000 a year annually over the first 15 years, and then it does cost you the additional money at the 20 years for a total of approximately $3 million increase for 20-year amortization overall. But as you're thinking about your budget, sometimes it is helpful to have a lower debt service over the course of the first 15 years. We also want to just point out that due to the time value of money, that the idea that money is in fact worth more now, money you have now is worth more than money you're going to have in 20 years, the difference in your net present value does actually decrease. So, for example, using a 2% discount rate, the difference in debt service between the 15 years and the 20 years drops from that $3 million to approximately $1.4 million if you're looking at it as a net present value. So there's different things you can keep in mind when you're doing it, but we wanted to show that there are options out there and that they are utilized fairly frequently. And then the last thing we wanted to discuss with you today is your debt policies. So there are two main debt policies that we see and that the county has adopted are debt as a percentage of the county's total assessed value, and then debt service as a percent and either of revenues or expenditures, depending on the county. It varies which one they look at. For the debt to assessed value policy, which is a measure of can I borrow this? The county's 1.8 policy threshold is actually on the lower end, meaning it's more restrictive than most of your peers. And you can see that here on this chart. We did show all the peers who have either a AAA or a AA1 rating. Many of them actually utilize just the state policy, which is 6%. Some of the others use closer to 2 to 2.5%. And we think that the county has some flexibility here. If you wish to increase that policy to maybe the 2.5% range, it would provide you additional flexibility while still being in line with your peers. The second debt service policy that we look at is debt service to revenues or expenditures, and this is a measure of your debt affordability. The county's 9.5% of is slightly more restrictive than the industry standard of 10%, and the county's is for revenues, not for expenditures. And when you look at your peers, again, in Maryland, the 9.5% is really very similar to what others are doing. We have one that is high at 11.5. Many of them are at 10. You have a few that are at 8. Our recommendation would be to stay with the 9.5. The county is still well below that given in the 2025 audit, so we think you still have the flexibility there to maintain that policy. And that was our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
I'll go first. Hey, how you been, Jen?
Good, how are you?
Good. So, Moody's changed the game. Used to be, 18? It's now 35, 36?
Yeah,
like
when they redid their methodology, I think back in 2022, they did up the reserve sort of thresholds, and so it is 35% for AAA.
Makes it look like jurisdictions aren't handling their money properly when they didn't change, the game changed. So what are they doing? What is the mindset? So, because you're going to end up with these large reserves, there's a lot of one-time purchases you could make, which would save a lot in interest over 15 years. Are they doing any exceptions to where, hey, you've been maintaining what we require now, but we understand you need, I don't know, a school, a firehouse, any, these one-time type purchases. Are they allowing any exceptions in there for you to still maintain, or are they hardlining that balance?
They, if you were going to spend reserves, obviously one time is better, but the ultimate thing that they are viewing is how are you ranking on the scorecard and how are you measuring up to your peers. And as I said, with Moody's in particular, you're sort of towards the bottom of that barrel. So there's not a lot of leadway in terms of, looking, appearing as an outlier when they look at those medians, because that's something that they're looking at when they go to rating committee. They're bringing that information to the committee. And so I think ultimately that's going to be the driver. And as you've seen, rating reserves are really like a primary driver in rating actions that have taken place in Maryland recently.
Because my fear is you're going to get to a point where you have an enormous fund balance, which is great. You want that, but you could save a lot of money if you weren't penalized from Moody's. And, they've always been kind of fickle anyhow. Does it seem... What do people, are they just I mean, I guess what I'm searching for is how are they working with this? Because, you know, there's some large jurisdictions out here riding with $2 billion in fund balance just to hold a rating and finance. You know, it's like having enough money to buy that car, but you finance it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a rating aspect of it, but it's also sort of what I talked about in terms of planning for the future, in terms of, you know, what other one-times might come down that you're not anticipating, you know, over the next few years. It's sort of an insurance policy. It's a, you know, like a savings account. You don't know what's to come. And so I think, you know, maybe there might be a, you know, somewhat of, you know, they want to maintain their AAA rating because there's benefits that come to that with that, but it's also just sort of, you know, fiscal management in terms of, you know, trying to plan for what the unknowns are as they might come.
So they don't have a bottom, basically. I guess the bottom is what, 35, what have
35
you,
for the AAA range, and then you know, you can see on that one chart on 5, there's a few there that fall below the AAA range. You have Baltimore County, who I had said has been under rating pressure at various points in time. They actually fall into the single A category, but there are Howard and Montgomery at the AAA category. And there, you know, if you read their rating reports, Moody's does point out their rating levels as something that they're watching and could be a rating driver. And so, you know, those are discussions that that are being had, you know, with the various counties, like throughout this page.
I know they used to take hardships in, you know, like COVID could have qualified, things of that nature. Is there any ongoing, I mean, Moody's is pretty hard line in that line.
Yeah, I mean, Moody's, you know, there is obviously some subjectivity that goes into the rating process, but, you know, and the scorecard is just one of the metrics that they utilize, but it, you know, the scorecard and peer comps are, I would say, primary documents that they're utilizing.
Yeah. It's almost like they don't want to be in the business almost, and if you are going to be in the business, you're going to be at the elite level.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, because I think there's 50 out of the 3,000 plus counties, there's only 54 that are AAA. So you're in the top 7% of, you know, ratings for counties across the nation. So it's, the standards are high to maintain that. Yeah. So, and you have.
So the only question I have, so the only suggestion you've given us today is to increase that debt to assessed value up to 2%?
Yeah, we think that it would make sense to increase it 2%. I mean 2.5%. I think there's definitely room to increase it, and it would give you some additional flexibility as you're looking at your capital plan. That number is low. The 1.7 is on the very low end, and we think by increasing it, you would have a little bit more flexibility.
And on the debt service, we are more restrictive than the 10%, so.
You are more restrictive than 10%. If you have room to go up because you're not really that close to it right now. You know, your 2025 audit, I think, was at a 5.2% debt service to revenues. So as you sell debt, and you haven't sold any bonds in a couple of years, but as you sell debt, that number will increase. But you still have quite a bit of room before that would be close to your threshold.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Haynes?
So, Jen, as you say,
Yep.
they take into account a lot of things when they do your
Correct.
bond rating. And I think that the trend I've seen in the last 8 years is that, you know, it's not easy. You know, our citizens see us sitting on $130 million or whatever it is, and they say, why are you sitting on all this money?
Yeah.
But as you can see, we're almost at the bottom of the list for AAA bond ratings, and some people say, well, how important is that? Well, to me, it's very important. It talks about your financial security, and when you start to slip, you know, how much do you slip? You know, that's always been my argument.
Yeah.
Well, we could spend some money and go down to AA, but then, as you say, something else comes up, And then you slip even more because some unknown emergency comes up. And I think that what I've heard at the bond rating meetings is because we are so dependent on 2 facilities for a lot of our revenue that if either one of those facilities were, for whatever reason, to go away, we'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
And I think that's been consistent in all 8 years.
That is correct. Yep. And I think even more reason to have more of a, to maintain that higher reserve level to sort of offset that risk, because that's something that all 3 have pointed out in their rating reports.
Right, because it's 80 million, 83 million from 2 facilities. And
correct.
Especially if the one went away.
Yeah. That
how do you make
presents
that
some
up?
finance. Yeah.
Yes. And even, not counting Moody's, even the others point that out. Even though they have a lower standard for reserves, they still talk about that in our meetings, that, we're too heavily dependent on residential tax revenue for funding.
Yeah. No, I think that is very correct point.
And because our growth rate is so low, that they just, they talk all the time, we need to grow more, and we always tell them, no, we're not. But, I think that's what's important. Once you have that level, I think it's important to maintain that, because once you start to slip,
yeah,
it just starts you down a cycle of where do you stop. So
correct.
Just think it's an important discussion, and this year we'll be selling bonds probably in November or December.
Yeah, later this fall. Yeah.
So we'll go through a rating process.
We will.
September or so.
I think, at the beginning of September, I think we will have rating calls. And then with the plan to sell, I think at the end of September to October, that's still to be determined. But I think that's what the preliminary schedule is looking at.
Right. So I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I look at it a little differently. If I continue on in this job, and with the economy and with what the governor is pushing down to all of us, and after this year it will be much more because this is an election year. Yeah. We may have to look at going into that reserve. We don't want to raise taxes on our citizens, but how much would a portion of that money impact things that we can do for the citizens in Calvert County? Finished projects that have been out there for years and years and years. So I'm going to have to wait and see. I'd like to do some more comparisons, and let's see how 27 goes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so you're scheduled to come back September, October timeframe. We're going to start the process and probably do the actual rating in November, you're thinking?
I think, based off of the current schedule, I think calls at the beginning of September, but that's still preliminary. So, yeah, we'll be working through the summer, to prepare for that. But, yes, we will be speaking to the rating agencies, within the next 6 months.
Commissioner Ireland, Steve McGibbon, Deputy County Administrator. We will be going over the bond sale calendar in the next month or so, and so we'll come back with a hard calendar for you to tell you when we will get before rating agency commissions, rating agency, and then also when we'll do the sale and when we'll close. So we'll get that before you, but just a quick summary here. So you've heard about the concentration risk of our revenues. Calvert County wants to remain rural, so we're not driving high-level economic growth. So that is just a continuing risk factor for the rating agencies. And so you did discuss the concentration risk there. So the reserve levels are going to be important, as pointed out. We are at 35%. What we want to bring back before you is the further discussion on some of the parameters, because we don't want to be unduly restricted as far as our ability to offer debt and to do infrastructure projects. So we'll be revisiting that 1.8% parameter with you, just to explore the willingness to go to maybe the 2 or 2.5%. As you can see, the debt affordability ratio, we're comfortable within that, and so we can afford it. We'll explore the amortization schedules as also whether for a growing county, do we want to stay at 15-year amortization or 20-year amortization, because these are long-lived assets. They last for multiple generations, and so you should really spread the cost among the multiple generations. So that's how infrastructure assets are funded. So we'll be bringing some of these things back before you for additional discussion and to see what the will of the board is on some of these matters.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming down and giving us an update here. And Melina, thank you for putting it together. We appreciate it very much, and we look forward to seeing you guys soon.
Yes, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to our next presentation, Department of Planning and Zoning, Category 1, Site Plan Development Review Process. Mr. Brinkley? Mayor?
Morning. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Jason Brinkley, Director of Planning and Zoning. With me at the moment is, Tamara Blake Wallace, Deputy Director of Planning. What I said at the moment is we are going to have a few others join us kind of as we walk through this presentation. With a lot of discussion going on regarding larger projects, and I know we have a couple items immediately following this on the agenda, we thought it might be helpful to walk through what a Category 1 site plan development process looks like. A Category 1 process is for your larger projects. This presentation is content neutral. It's not tied to data centers, but it does any Category 1 project, which would be a data center project, would follow this process. So this is good background information for the public and a kind of a refresher for you all on how that process works and what we typically look for when reviewing any large project that looks to come into the county. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tamara to walk through the next few slides.
Good morning again. So this presentation is going to walk us through our three-step Category 1 development review process. So I'm going to start off with what is a site plan and get into a little bit of that detail. A site plan is a scale drawing that depicts existing conditions and proposed site improvements. They usually include buildings, landscaping, parking, grading, utilities, stormwater management, as well as other details that are relevant to site design. Once the site plan process is approved, it can be used for permitting and construction, and we will talk about that later in the presentation. Some examples of a Category 1 site plan would be multifamily, such as apartments, townhouses, attached single-family dwellings, such 3 units or more, and manufactured home communities. Then there are other uses that can also be Category 1 site plans if they meet certain criteria. And some of those uses are institutional uses, local governmental uses, commercial uses, mixed use, and industrial development. And some of that criteria that they have to meet to be a Cat 1 is that their cumulative square footage of any new construction, that's new buildings and additions to existing buildings and parking lots, is more than 7,500 square feet. If anything, as far as vehicular circulation changes, if it's an automobile filling or service station, and if there's any use that has a drive-through or drive-up service. So to talk a little bit about how long it takes to get through the process, when a package is received, the planning staff has 3 days to intake the project, and that's on any one of those 3 cycles. And at the end, they have another 3 days to make sure that all the comments are there and that the comments are packaged and sent to the applicant. So the first part of the process is stage 1, which is the concept.
Once that project is accepted, the project is distributed to our reviewers, and it simultaneously is reviewed, and it has a 30-day review window. Once that 30-day review cycle is completed, the applicant then receives those comments, and from that review cycle with the necessary revisions that are needed. The project will stay in this cycle until it is approved to move on to the detailed site plan. And once that concept plan is approved, it will expire within 12 months if it is not submitted for a detailed site development plan, which is stage 2. So for the detailed site development plan, once that plan is accepted for review, it also goes through a 30-day review cycle. And at this stage, it can go through 2 or 3 or more review cycles until it gets an approval. And each review cycle that it has to go through, depending on the level of the revision, the days that it is in review can lessen. So we can start at 30 days, we could start at 20 days, or 10 days, depending on the level of revisions that come in. And it stays in that cycle until the lead planner determines that all agencies have approved the revisions and that the plan is pretty much well baked to go before the Planning Commission for their approval. And once a detailed plan is accepted for review, it must reach final approval within 24 months. And then we get to the final stage, which once that's approved by the Planning Commission, so this is the step after Planning Commission. Once Planning Commission approves that, it moves to this final stage, and this is what we call the cleanup stage. It's finalizing any of those outstanding conditions, remaining comments, deeds for easements, and that's usually a 10-day review cycle. And the project stays in this cycle until the principal planner deems it adequate for approval. And that final approval expires 36 months after stamping. So just to reiterate, the site plan process is a 3-step process, which is overseen by the Planning Commission administrator. And this is a flow chart that kind of gives you an overall of the process that we'll discuss in more detail with the coming slides. So step 1, like I said, is concept and has limited reviewers at this stage. This stage is mostly for concept stormwater management required by the state of Maryland. It does get a cursory environmental and a plan review by some of the agencies just to say, you know, hey, you might want to think about doing this or that, but it's not an in-depth review. Here today with us is John Knopp. He's the project engineer 2 from Department of Public Works, and he's going to talk about stormwater management review.
Good morning, Commissioners.
All right.
Good morning.
So, as has been stated, we have the 3-step process here for the site plan, which just so happens corresponds with the mandated 3-step process from Maryland Department of the Environment. We have been mandated by the MDE to have 3 steps: concept, site development, and final development stormwater management for every project that disturbs 5,000 square feet or more. Stormwater is nothing new for a lot of us. It's been around since the 1980s. I believe 1984 was when the first ordinance came out. But the methods have drastically changed over the years. Where in 84, the predominant thought was to get all the water and run it down the hill to a pond at the bottom of the hill and get it treated there. Basically, all you were treating was quantity, the amount of water that was getting there. You were really not doing anything for quality management, which is what MDE has been pushing especially since 2000 with the new stormwater management design manual. So for the concept stormwater management, again, it is very conceptual. We will get plans from the engineers along with studies, and they will go through and I've got a checklist here of all the criteria that is required for these stormwater management plans, most of which are general drafting type things. But when we get to the design of the stormwater, we will review what the engineers have presented, specifically regarding soils types, drainage areas, the amount of impervious area on the site versus the limits of disturbance for the site. And so looking at those computations that are provided, they have to treat a specific rainfall event and a specific ESD volume or environmentally sensitive design volume for the site. So in looking at the site, you'll have the building, you'll have green space, and in the narrative of the study, it'll say we're going to provide this device on this area, this device over here. And based on the drainage area and the treatment that they are calling for whatever device they are proposing, if those numbers match, if they've met that ESD volume criteria for the amount of cubic feet of storage and cubic feet of treatment, then we can approve those plans, and it can then go on to the site development, our detailed site development plan itself. I do want to mention that the devices that are being done today are more infiltration type devices. They're trying to get the pollutants out of the water so that our bay will be safer. It's also discharging that water and getting it back into the ground as quickly as possible, as opposed to shipping it down to the bottom of the hill and throwing it into a pond. So, like I said, ESD design, stormwater design has changed dramatically in the past 40 years. So, and again, the acceptance of that, when we approve that, we will grant the approval via a letter and comments through the IPS system. And at that time, they can then go to the next step. Again, we have to do all 3 steps for MDE. We do our own records retention because we get audited by MDE as well. And if we don't have the required information, the county can get sued. So I'm open for any questions that you may have in regard to stormwater.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, that takes us to step 2, which is our detailed site development plan. So step 2 is a full technical evaluation group agency review. This plan requires more specific engineering and detailed technical design. This is the step where they would get variances and special exceptions, and they are required to be done at that stage. And any initial adequate public facilities assessments are done. I have a few key reviewers here today to talk about their reviews. We have with us Christine Fenimore, which is the principal planner for planning and zoning, and she usually serves as the project manager for Category 1 site plans.
Thank you, Tamara. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Fenimore. I'm a principal planner with Development Review Section in Planning and Zoning. So to back up to step 1, which is concept, I am one of the planners that looks at that plan, but it's usually a cursory review because it is heavily more stormwater management review at that step. I review projects for compliance with the county zoning ordinance and applicable town center zoning ordinances, including zoning and land use requirements such as parking, landscaping, setbacks, vehicular and pedestrian access and circulation, architectural standards,
and any specific conditions associated with the proposed use. I also identify, usually, hopefully, at the concept stage early on, any additional approvals that are needed, such as variances, special exception for the use, and any conditions that come with that. I also help provide guidance on the applicable review process. One of the roles that I have, along with another staff person in our department, is we help coordinate all of the agency reviews. You'll see on some of the coming slides, there's several agencies that review projects, especially at step 2. I coordinate reviews with the county departments and outside agencies. John mentioned MDE, that's one. State Highway Administration is another good example. DNR is another, Department of Natural Resources. Manage the project through the review process on the county end. I work with the applicant and their consultant, usually a professional engineer or professional land surveyor, sometimes a registered landscape architect, to name a few, and make sure they address comments and regulatory requirements from all agencies. My role is to ensure that development proposals receive a comprehensive and coordinated review, comply with county regulations, any applicable state regulations, and get them ready. In the case of a Category 1 site plan, they are presented to the Planning Commission for consideration and action. And I'll entertain any questions.
All right.
Thank you.
We also have with us today Colleen Brummett. She's our Environmental Planner 3 to talk about her environmental reviews.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ron Marney and I are kind of two sides of a coin, so he handles critical area and floodplain, and I'll let him talk about that. I look at things that are not critical area, so that's going to be non-tidal streams and wetlands, their buffers, which is now called NRPA, which is Natural Resource Protection Area. Steep slopes, highly erodible soils is the bread and butter of that. And then I also am the one looking at forest conservation, so making sure that they're at concept, they're submitting delineations. So what is out there? Do they have wetlands to delineate what the forest looks like, what species are there, et cetera? And then at the detailed stage, it's a work through of how they're going to meet forest conservation requirements. So what they're retaining, what they're mitigating, do they need variances to remove specimen trees, that kind of thing. Forest conservation requires a long-term protection agreement, which most of the time is a record plat. So we sometimes will have a record plat running kind of simultaneous with a site plan, because that site plan cannot get final approval from me until that forest retention area is legally recorded. So that's the gist of what I'm looking at. And I will also entertain questions if there are any.
Thank you.
All right. All right. And we also have with us today Jason Levitt, who is the District Manager of Soil Conservation.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So the district does come in the site development process, detailed site plan step. We have multiple review responsibilities. The first one is ensuring conformance with the 2016 Calvert County Grading, Erosion, and Sediment Control Ordinance. The district also has delegated review approval from authority from the Maryland Department of the Environment for compliance with the 2011 Maryland Standards and Specifications for Soil Erosion and Sediment Control. In practical application, the points of attention for our review are existing and proposed slopes, contributing drainage areas for both clean and sediment-laden water, soil types, etc., all in effort to ensure that the appropriate perimeter controls are provided to eliminate sediment-laden runoff during construction and until the site is permanently stabilized. Ultimately, in general, these are temporary controls that exist pretty much through the construction phases, like I said, until the site is permanently stabilized. There are, I would say, outlier situations where sometimes those perimeter controls are kept in perpetuity, but that's definitely the exception as opposed to the rule. And I'd entertain any questions that you all may have.
So Jason, on large projects, when there's a lot of earth moving and things of that nature, who does those studies that you need to be able to sign off? So when you said, the with erosion and everything else like that? Who's doing that?
So it is basically incumbent on the applicant to have a professional engineer provide calculations for grading, cut fills, and things of that nature, which we do check those types of calculations and things in our office, and that's all handled, the review of all those components are handled all in our office.
So Harry homeowner does a normal house, pretty much basic thing, but say a lot of earth moving and a lot. So that corporation would hire their own person and we would accept that document?
We would check it, but it's part of the review of the plan itself.
How would we check it though? Would we send that out for an independent review? Would we just, if it says it's compliant with what we do, how do we know it's compliant with what we do? How do we fact check that document?
So it's a somewhat detailed process, I would say, but given the technologies that are available to us now, we can, develop cut fill numbers based on the actual plans that are submitted to us. Or if necessary, we could request the tins or the surfaces from the design engineer to verify that the numbers that they are providing are exactly correct.
So do we have a tool to make the applicant go out and get an independent study to verify what they're submitting to us?
I don't believe that exists. I think that, in my opinion, is the capacity of the professional who stamps and seals the plans that come in for application.
And why I say that is because in the past we had a situation like that, and all that was ever required was just what the applicant submitted. And then now we have a little bit of history, and it wasn't as it was supposed to be, so to speak. And because there was no independent or any outside voice, the county had just gone with what was submitted, and then you're stuck with it. So you say we don't have, and I guess maybe you said, we don't have that in our toolbox to require to look at something and to I know we're allowed to be more restrictive, but do you have that ability to be more restrictive from your office, or is that something that has to be passed from here to give you that ability?
It depends on where you're wanting to put that at. It would either go in the zoning ordinance, or it would be a DPW requirement that those restrictions would be in place. But it would have to be something other than arbitrary. It had to be written somewhere that this is indeed the standard that you want to hold it to. We do have on-call engineers that are independent of county government that do get involved. I'll defer to Director Cosgrove if he gets more involved in that, because I know when it comes to disturbing the earth, so to speak, not only is soil conservation involved, but DPW is, and there's overlap and interlap in there.
Because my fear is, with something that you have history of, that's fine, but something that's new to us, or a project so large that we have no history with it, how would we verify that data, being that we don't have any past history to go with, and if you don't have, and maybe JR, if this is a JR question, if we don't have the ability to require an independent study on that.
Good morning, Commissioners. J.R. Cosgrove, Director of Public Works. So if I'm understanding your question correctly, you're concerned about verifying say the topography or the grading or so forth that they're presenting on the plans?
Because with all the watersheds we have and everything, it's so easy to disturb them and destroy it. If a company says, "Hey, we've done the legwork, we've met all your requirements, we're good," but if we don't have a way to verify their information, how are we protecting ourselves?
So there's a couple layers to that, and it depends on what you're looking to protect. So let's just say there's wetlands involved. Okay, they have to usually developer hires a consultant that's a professional in determining where the wetlands are. They generally go out there. They do a soil test. They look at the vegetation to determine what type of wetlands are, what the limits of the wetlands are, where the streams are. They then flag those locations with flaggings in the trees. Their surveyor then comes out and locates them, provides them on the plan. At that point in time, those plans are what's submitted both to the county to review the plan and zoning reviews for them, and generally MDE also gets a copy of those, and then MDE also verifies them also. So there's a couple of different agencies that will review, let's just say, the wetlands documentation or the delineations. There's also state maps out there that we also have on our GIS system that we can also verify to see if they're at least in close proximity of them. I know some of my staff in the past, and I'm sure zoning has also, has gone out in the field to verify them themselves in the field. You know, they'll go out and see the site if they haven't, because, you know, there's a lot of things you can put on paper, but it looks different in the real
Well, that's
world.
what I was going to ask. So does MDE physically send somebody out there to verify what they're being told?
I think it depends on the stage of the process, or I should say the size of the project. For the ones that, you know, the larger ones which fall in the CAT site plan, if there's a large volume of, say, wetlands disturbance, then I'm pretty sure MDE sends somebody out there. I know when I was on the private side, I went and walked the field with some environmentalists in from MDE at the times when we were doing large site plans.
Do you have the ability to require MDE to come out and walk that to verify that the information that they're stating is good, that they actually physically verified?
Well, as you're aware, it's difficult for the county to require the
Right.
state to do anything.
So do you have the ability to require on a project that's larger than that to where we need more? I mean, because, you know, like if somebody they put a shed down by the water.
Mhm.
We tell them you got to put 9,000 trees out there because just in case it rained one day, and we're allowed to be that restrictive on that. On a project that's extremely large, what enforcement do you have to make sure that MDE did their job, the applicant did their job, instead of just we're looking at a piece of paper and everybody check the boxes, because history has shown us that it doesn't always go that way.
Well, I would say that it's difficult to verify whether the state has done their job other than they approved the plan.
See, and that's the
I hate to
slippery
say that,
slope.
But and I
Yeah.
don't know what requirements we, the county, could have to say that they've done their jobs. Now, there might be something we can put in some, you know, in the ordinance or in text amendments, like Director Brinkley said, where we could require sending it to one of our third parties. Like, you know, we have on-call engineers. We could send it to them and have them review it as a third party.
But
So
we
it's
don't
not
have
just-
that yet, though, correct? You don't have that tool in your toolbox to enforce that.
DPW does, the district doesn't. So when you asked the question initially, like the district does not have the ability to do that, but DPW does.
You can, JR?
I've sent plans to third parties. I sent some of my transportation stuff to third parties for review. I currently have a large site plan in now that I've sent to third parties. And we have a fee schedule set up where the developer pays. And
I saw,
actually
yeah,
not-
that was my next question. So you can require the applicant to pay for an independent
Correct.
study to verify their documents.
So right now, I think the fee schedule is up front at submission is $5,000 for third-party review. And that's basically, we'll run that $5,000 until it's out, and then we'll be billed hourly. I think it's $2.10 an hour to the developer.
Do you have a limit on what you can require? Let's say it's an extremely large project and lots of moving parts over years. Can you consistently require for each time they're doing something that you're not sure of? Do you have that ability?
For the one large site plan we have under review right now, that is my plan to move forward. My third party is going to review that entire site plan for everything, whether it be environmental, whether it be structural for bridges, wetlands,
Is there a cap?
disturbance, grading, stormwater. What's that?
Is there a cap?
Not how we have it currently set up, no.
Okay.
Anything else?
Not yet. It's a long day, though.
Let me ask something. For a large project that we've never seen before, do you all sit down? I mean, this is all well and good. This is great. But there are everyday things. This is what we see every day. Did you all sit down before you started getting a permit request and have a game plan in place, knowing that this was a big project and you may have to handle this different, that you may have to make sure you hold people to a higher level? You know what I'm talking about. I mean, is there a game plan? Are you all looking and saying, oh my God, we've never seen this before. How are we going to handle this? Are you confident you have the right people that you can call on to make sure things are done properly? And I'm not saying I'm for it, because I'm not for it. But I just want to know, since the ball has started rolling, how are you all approaching this?
So, Commissioner, I think there's two parts to your question. I'll answer the first one on, we can only hold them to the standard which we have regulation to hold them to. which is part of the reason why we're having this presentation now, so that it might inform the following two discussions on this agenda to maybe fill in the gaps if we have areas that need to be, where regulation needs to be adjusted for larger projects such as the one that we're all aware of. As far as my staff's capability and staff capability to handle it, my reviewers are great. They can handle this project. I know from a DPW standpoint, they're utilizing third-party reviewers because that's the state regulations that they have to follow when it comes to stormwater management. My reviewers can handle our zoning ordinance. They know it better than anybody else in the state of Maryland. They can review for this project. So I have no qualms about that. In fact, we're putting more eyeballs on it than we would a typical project, for sure, but I'm fully confident our staff can handle it.
Thank you. JR?
Director Cosgrove for Public Works. Just to kind of reiterate what Jason was saying, I mean, as far as Public Works goes, there's a lot to review, and I have full confidence that the staff that we have could review it. Most of us in there have 20 to 30 years of experience in the field, whether it be in the private side developing it and then with the county. My engineer, John Knopp, that spoke to you, he's been with the county for more than 20 years doing review. Perfectly capable of reviewing it. My concern, and one of the reasons we sent it to third party, was the volume of the plan along with other work, because it takes time for us to review all the concept calculations, or even when you get into the development side, the detailed site plan. It just takes so much time to dove into their computations from the design consultant and make sure it matches all the state regulations. They haven't missed anything, or they forgot a decimal point, or they forgot to add 2 + 2 and they added it to 6. So, you know, it takes a lot. So that's why we chose to go to third party, and that's why we set up that fee schedule years ago in our book, so we had that opportunity if we get any large plan of this magnitude.
Thank you.
Chair, do we know, as the state is working on additional regulations, is anybody going to be grandfathered for that, or will they retro back? So I think, what is it, September 1st, 2nd, something like that is the state's regulations? I mean, how will they be enforced? Do we know that?
I do not know, other than I think in the past, Director Blanks talked about how the state of Maryland is a late vesting state. I'm sure that would come into play.
Jason, any?
And I don't know to what extent what's coming in September from the state. Obviously, we haven't seen that. That's likely to be a policy document that guides future legislation, would be my perception on it. If it adjusts something other regulatory wise, then I guess we'll see in September. But
because we've seen some legislation that doesn't go into effect till months later. So I know, like, when they're in session, you'll see new laws. They go in, I guess, like July 1st or something like that, what have you, after session's over. So could this report come in September, but not being enforced until the following year?
It very well could. That's a discretion of the state. But we are a late vesting state, so there is the option to make it applicable to projects that have not reached that vesting status. But that's ultimately would be the state's determination.
Because kind of what you had said earlier was, you know, you can hold them to the regulations that you currently have. But if there's not something on the books, and if and if there's something you don't know that should be on the books or what have you, because you don't have it from Maryland yet or what have you, then anything that got in before then,
as long as they haven't reached vesting, is
correct.
The conversation.
Would
be
grandfathered, so to speak.
If they haven't reached that vesting status, then anything that has reached that vesting status obviously would be grandfathered. As I said before, Maryland is considered a late vesting state, which means, in layman's terms, the process we're going through today, you have to go through the entire process, and I think we're on slide 8 of 18. You got to go through this entire process, and then you got to put something in the ground in order to get to vesting.
Right,
and
but
right
that's
now
very
we're at
speculatory.
slide 2, 3.
But that could be footings.
That could be footings, but you have to get. It is footings.
Yeah.
But you have to get through these steps, and the elephant in the room, the data center project is at concept. So they still would have to get to be vested for anything by state of Maryland standards. They have to get through the entire process and then put something in the ground before they would actually achieve that vesting status that this state has recognized.
And just for clarification, this Category 1 site plan review process does not give them a permit.
Correct.
It is only site plan review.
So as Jason said, we're only on slide 8 of 18. Good questions, good answers. Thank you, everybody. But we need to continue on because we do have a long day ahead of us.
Thank you.
Okay, so this slide here depicts all the departments and agencies that review these plans, such as those that we've just talked about. In planning and zoning, of course, we have our primary planner, which you heard from earlier. We have a critical area planner. We have cultural resources, environmental review, which you heard about. Long-range planning looks at these plans. Our rural planner and transportation planner looks at these plans. In Department of Public Works, it goes through engineering, water and sewer, and transportation. Other county agencies that look at these projects are County Public Transportation, our GIS Technical Services, Parks and Recreation, Public Safety and Addressing, and Public Safety as far as fire, rescue, and EMS. And state agencies involved in this process are Environmental Health. We heard from Soil Conservation, Maryland Department of Natural Resources, Maryland Department of State Highway Administration, and we also have utility companies, SMECO and BG&E. So then that brings us to, while we're in step 2, we also look at adequate public facilities. And they are located in Chapter 3 of the County Code. And adequate public facilities are a growth management tool that links the timing of a new development approvals to the availability of infrastructure and ensures that essential public facilities and services are ready for to support the residents. A project can be deemed adequate to move forward. It can be delayed or require mitigation at this process. So before it gets to the final stage at the end of step 2, when our project coordinator determines that she has adequate information to move this on to the Planning Commission, that's when it is scheduled to go before the Planning Commission. So just a little bit about who the Planning Commission is. The Planning Commission is appointed by the BOCC, and they serve as a citizen review board for the county planning decisions and acting both as an advisory and decision-making body. They also review and approve subdivisions and site plans for residential and commercial use in coordination with development review and policy section staff of planning and zoning. Their job is to ensure that these development plans are consistent with comprehensive plans and local ordinances. So how can citizens engage in that process when a site plan goes to Planning Commission? They meet on the third Wednesday of every month here in this room. They are held monthly at 7 p.m. on, like I said, the third Wednesday of the month. There are sometimes public hearings, special meetings, work sessions. Everything is advertised and on our website. Citizens can send emails at any point that they see this on an agenda or anything, and those comments are given to the Planning Commission before the meeting, just for their consideration. There is also a public comment session during the meeting, at the end of the meeting. They can either email or send by mail any comments that they may have. So that brings us to the final step of the development review plan. And like I stated before, this is what we call the cleanup portion of the plan. So once the Planning Commission has authorized the development of the plan to move forward to this step, this is the stage where all the final details, all the Planning Commission conditions, if they have any, are completed. And at this stage, comments should be minimal. All legal documents get finalized. The bonds, if there are any, are posted. Once all conditions are met, the principal planner then will authorize all appropriate agencies that need to sign that plan, that the plan is ready for signature. And once all those appropriate plans have been signed by those agencies, then the Planning Commission administrator looks over those plans to ensure that everything is in order and it is ready for their final signature. So once that final signature goes on that plan is then complete. And then they are eligible at that point to proceed to apply for permits and start development at that point. So at this time, I'm going to bring forth Beth Rimmer from Planning and Zoning, and she's going to talk about what they need to do in order to get a permit.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
All right, so I'm actually going to skip to the next slide just so we can have a little bit better flow. So I'm here to talk about what comes next in the development process. An approved site plan does not mean that you can begin breaking ground and start construction immediately. Next comes permitting. We will do a brief overview of what the permitting process looks like as a whole, and then go over it in a little bit more detail specific to development of a new site. So what does the permitting process look like in general? Applications are submitted to the Office of Inspections and Permits, where intake staff review each submission for completeness and collect the applicable application fees. Once accepted, the applications are processed and routed to the appropriate review agencies. The Office of Inspections and Permits serves as a central hub for the permitting process, overseeing permit intake, ensuring all information is accurately entered into the county's land management system, and coordinating the distribution of applications to all relevant review agencies. Depending on the nature and scope of the project, reviews may be conducted by multiple county departments as well as state agencies. Once all required reviews have been approved, permitting fees have been paid, and the permits have been issued, construction or project work may commence. We work through the inspections to completion of the project. On the next slides, we are going to take a closer look at the building permits and the permitting process as it relates to a project that just completed the development review process outlined earlier. So what is a building permit? A building permit is the official government-issued document granting legal permission to begin construction, alteration, or demolition work on a property. It ensures that submitted site development plans comply with local zoning laws, building codes, and safety standards. Zoning and land use policies are enforced through these standards for the safety of current and future owners and occupants. So we now have an approved site plan, meaning we have an approved layout for a new site. The footprint of the buildings are established, sanitary construction plans are established, parking, travelways, stormwater management, utilities, lighting, landscaping, everything needed to make it a usable, safe, environmentally responsible, and compliant site. What is next? Next, you make application for your building permit and grading permits. What does this initial permitting package look like? The application itself includes property owner information, contractor and design professional information, property information, and project and construction information. There's information about disturbance, construction type. A copy of the approved site plan completed during the development review process is required to be submitted with this package, as well as full sets of signed and sealed architectural drawings. These would include elevations, code analysis, the construction details, layout, and as well as the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing plans. This package is then distributed for review by all necessary review agencies. This can include zoning, engineering's division of the Department of Public Works, Soil Conservation District, Health Department, which could include sanitary construction, well, and even food facility review, depending on the scope of the project. Water and sewer, if the property is serviced by public facilities. The Office of the State Fire Marshal, which reviews for compliance with life safety code, building code, and trade plan review, and public safety. Once the main building and grading permits are approved by all review agencies, the permitting fees can be paid and permits can be issued. This is where pre-construction meetings come in. A pre-construction meeting is a formal meeting held before physical work begins on a public or private commercial construction project. Its primary purpose is to make sure all parties clearly understand the project requirements, responsibilities, schedule, safety expectations, and regulatory obligations before construction starts. Soil Conservation District requires that a pre-construction meeting occur on site prior to breaking ground in conjunction with the issuance of the permits. Inspections and Permits encourages an additional pre-construction meeting specific to the building construction and trade permitting and the necessary inspections. This can be held on site or in the office and would include all contractors and our county inspection staff. Once the building and grading permits are issued, the trade permits can be applied for. They follow the same process we talked about earlier and must be applied for by licensed master tradesmen and would include electrical, plumbing, and any gas permits that are necessary for the project. We then work through the construction process. Contractors are responsible for scheduling all required inspections. Inspections can be scheduled online or by contacting the Office of Inspections and Permits. These inspections must occur in a specific sequence to ensure safety, public health, code compliance, and proper project progression. Depending on the scope of the work, inspections may involve multiple county departments as well as state agencies. The last stage is the final inspections in preparation for certificate of occupancy. These inspections can include zoning final, grading final, stormwater management approval, plumbing and gas finals, water and sewer, and that can include grease trap inspections if necessary, food facility inspection, Office of the State Fire Marshal, electrical final, and lastly, the building final. After all required final inspections have been successfully completed and approved, the permits are officially closed. For new buildings or newly created spaces, a certificate of occupancy is issued upon completion, and this certificate authorizes the building or space to be occupied, open to the public, and begin operation.
So when we send inspectors out, and if this is something that they've never encountered before, how do we adjust for that? How do we know we got the level of proficiency that we need to actually know what we're looking at there? I mean, I know the state has its requirements or what have you, but when we're the final gatekeeper before that UNO, or excuse me, before we're going to grant that permit, how do we approach that?
So if you're talking about the trades like electrical, gas, plumbing, most of our inspectors are masters in their field, so they do have the capability of reviewing for that. There is the option, and we have utilized it for some projects, where we can bring in third-party inspectors if it's deemed appropriate. So with that, Commissioners, that gives you kind of an overview of the development review process for a large project, a Category 1 project. As you can see, there's lots of agencies involved. This is just a few of them that are involved in that process. I think this is good information for the public to have, because I know there's a lot of confusion when it comes to site plans, permits, and those words get interchanged a lot, but they do have meaning. At least they do have meaning in where you're at in the process. And we thought this would be good information, especially in light of further discussions today, as kind of a backdrop to help provide some oversight.
So Jason, realistically, so you get a permit, it's paid for. What is the realistic timeline for you're ready to issue that permit to where they get started? How long a period?
So when you say it gets paid for, are you talking about when you go through all of these steps?
Yeah, so you know somebody comes in, they pay for their permit to start the process. What's a realistic expectation before they're ready to pick up that permit and get started? How long?
So are you talking about when you apply for like a site plan at the beginning, or where are we at in the process?
Like the data center project, for example, that just got paid for. What is a realistic timeline?
So if you go back up to, I think it's the second or third slide 4.
Because when you see slides, you see steps.
You see steps.
But what does that look like in real time?
I think slide 4 kind of shows you a little bit. We're at the very first line there, which is concept. We're in the early part of that 30 business days, and it is business days, so you're talking effectively 6 weeks. it's hard to tell because it depends on how good your engineer is and how many comments it is. So it might, and as we talked about earlier, concept is heavily stormwater management focused. So it usually takes a couple of cycles to go through concept, and then it will move into the next stage. It takes a couple of cycles to move through that stage, depending upon how good they actually meet the reviews and the comments by your reviewer. If Tamara cut me off if I'm wrong on anything here.
Well, I also just want to reiterate that there is no time frame for them to resubmit once we have given them comments back. So we have seen projects come in the next week. We have seen them come in a few months. We have seen them come in a year from now. So it all kind of depends on how fast that engineer decides they're going to move.
So let's say somebody's trying to beat the clock. Let's say they got their foot on the gas all the way. So this is June 1st. And so going through the steps, we have best case scenario. Their engineers are on point. Everybody's answering questions back. Can you kind of give me, I know it's not an exact science, but you've done this a lot. Kind of walk me through a timeline, best case hitting it. When could that shovel be in the dirt?
So I'll do that so that I'm the one to blame if somebody says, well, Director Brinkley said this, then I guess I did. So right now, the current concept is the reviews are due back in early July.
Okay.
It took them a month to pay a fee. So let's just see how, I mean, seriously.
Mm-hmm.
It may be off by a couple of weeks, but it took them several weeks to pay a fee. Let's just throw that out there. So then they would have to address concept. I'm almost guarantee you that they're not right. They didn't get concept right. If Director Cosgrove has something more he wants to enlighten, but I'm pretty certain I'm not speaking out of turn by saying I almost can guarantee you they didn't get concept right. So they restart that process. It takes them some weeks to address the comments. So maybe they resubmit in August, maybe, and you start another 30 days or 6 weeks worth of actual calendar days. So I don't see an avenue where they're getting to Planning Commission before November, December maybe, and that's not even to the vested part. So they have to get through everything to get vested, and then they have to get permits and put something in the ground.
Now they're moving through this process. Text amendments have been talked consistently. We're going to talk it again today.
Correct.
But yet they're not in place.
Correct.
So now, during the middle of this process, a text amendment goes in. Does that now go back into the comments and say now it's got to meet that text amendment and delays the process even longer?
So we are, as we talked about a little earlier, since we're a late vesting state, that means we can change the rules unless they have put something in the ground. And
When
they
we say
have to go,
we can, will we?
that is up to you all to work with us to put text amendments in.
I've learned that in this process over the years. That word may is very subjective. Depends who's saying may.
So I can't, but let's say that we get text amendments in, and I think that there's been some language thrown around, and I think it's pretty accurate from a timeline standpoint that we should have text amendments roughly September in place, because that's a process in and of itself. So let's say those text amendments change something that's materially alters their plan. I don't want to be presumptive, but let's say that we put something in that changes their plan. Then they have to go back to concept and start over, basically, because the rules have changed, so to speak.
And that's back to the Planning Commission and almost a reset?
That's back to concept, which is on this slide, the first step. I don't know
step
where
one.
they will be at the time in September. They may or may not be after. They may have not even gotten out of that step yet. I can't tell you that.
So this board has discussed studies to have to be done. And so if a study takes 6 months to come back to satisfy a certain regulation or what have you, does the clock keep going?
So I really think that I want to address that comment, but I want to address it when we start talking about text amendments here a little later, because I think it's
fair
very
enough.
pertinent to that conversation.
Okay.
Because we've kind of gone down this data center
And I know
trail,
it all ties, but I know, and I appreciate this trying to manage expectations of how it goes. So,
but yeah, you're right, and to the extent that the process may change depending on what text amendments we put in, and that's part of the discussion we'll have later, so I don't want to focus that on that. To your initial question, a project submitted today or 2 months ago, you're not getting the Planning Commission before November. There's no way, especially in a project like this particular one where you have to host your meeting at least 30 days before then. They're not going to do that before they get a detailed site plan review underway. So they're not getting the Planning Commission before November. I can say that with full confidence, and it very likely will be much longer. You see a lot of of these projects that take years. That's not at all uncommon, because there are a lot of steps, because it takes a lot for, you see 30-day review on our side, we're the ones reviewing it. The engineering side sometimes takes much longer than that, because they have to go back and redesign or recalculate things based on our reviews.
And until that permit is issued, there's no guarantees.
Correct.
So obviously, we're in a very political climate right now. The winds of change could happen, and could change the entire game.
It
correct?
could. Just because a concept site plan is submitted does not mean a project is happening. We often see them not make it farther in the review process.
So Jason, who's paying for the third-party inspection?
It's in our fee schedule that the applicant pays for it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't think so.
You'll get to see me some more here in a minute. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Takes us to our next presentation. Department of Planning and Zoning, Environmental Commission's Data Center Recommendations. Director Brinkman.
Good morning again, Commissioners. I'm just going to kind of give a little background, then I'll step aside and let the Environmental Commission come up. The Environmental Commission was created in 1975 per county resolution adopted in 2018. The Environmental Commission is an advisory body with no autonomous powers. Part of their role is to prepare and submit recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners regarding environmental matters. On April 2nd, the Commission submitted questions and recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners regarding data centers. At the April 7th Board of County Commissioners meeting, the Board directed Planning and Zoning staff to facilitate a joint meeting between the Planning Commission and Environmental Commission to discuss their letter. That joint meeting was held on April 15th. During that meeting, the Planning Commission did request some more information about environmental concerns and studies. In May, this board requested that the Environmental Commission come before it, which is where we're at today, to present their concerns directly. I know the Environmental Commission has met twice in May to finalize their recommendation and proposal, when it is attached to the agenda that was for this meeting. With that, I will step aside and let the members of the Environmental Commission come up to discuss their recommendations.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And on behalf of the Environmental Commission, I'm Abby Barr, the current chair, and I want to take this opportunity to thank you for giving us a chance to present to you one more time. We have members of the Environmental Commission with us. Please introduce yourself.
Nell Fuller, Vice Chair. Dr. Jeanette Wysocki.
I'm Dr. David Campbell, member.
I'm Dr. Andy Rogers, I'm a member.
Jim Levin, I'm a member of the commission.
Thank you, gentlemen. As you know, they read our preamble, and we put together what we think is some of the best information that we could put together in the time allotted to give you the best information to make the decisions. This is a very incredible project that's been offered to the county, but at the same time, it's also a life-changing event for so many of the residents here. And it's we've met a couple times in public, and we've had hundreds of people, residents, come forward and give us their heartfelt objections having the data center move forward because of the critical environmental area. It's such a unique area where they plan to put both these data centers in Lusby, and the citizens have come to us as citizens and residents of this county. We also feel very strongly that we need to put together the best kind of information that would allow you to make those decisions. And throughout this whole process, we've been mindful that every time we focus in on an issue and we just focus in on a micro issue, the lens goes back to a wide angle, because everything seems to be interrelated. Everything we touch, whether it's environmental, human, both the impacts are the same, one and the same. We're very interconnected when you look at the space that's available to put this project in place. So we are very cognizant of all those people that came forward. We're cognizant of all the information that we've been researching over the past number of weeks. And it's also one of the points when we put together this letter that you have in your possession now, we looked at it in the context of build, no build, because everything we've seen thus far is just, we're checking the boxes. We're going slow, but we're still checking the boxes off. And no one's ever said, well, maybe we shouldn't build this. So we took that in consideration as well to support the opposition that come forward to talk to us about the data centers. So that's also part of the letter that we gave you, all that information, the human impacts, the social economic impacts, the environmental impacts, and it's a very critical area that we're looking at. So those are the kinds of details that went into. We try to focus on the key issues that you would be interested in, that you need to have at your disposal, that kind of information. We do request some studies. We also answered some text amendment recommendations from the Planning Commission. It's also part of your letter. We submitted this same letter to the Planning Commission, so we're all working on the same page. So we have the same information to work with. So with that, I don't know if you've read the letter or had a chance to look at it, but we're open to answer any questions that you may have.
I have so many. I want to thank you for coming.
Can I?
Yes, ma'am.
May I speak? I'm just going to give some
Yes,
additional
I forgot.
information to what Abby has provided. On the Environmental Commission, we're scientists, and as scientists, we do not believe that we have the information, and we do not believe that you have adequate information to make informed decisions for Calvert County relative to data centers. We have requested specifically a pause for existing studies as well as additional studies, in addition to the text amendments that I think are being talked about later. And as you've seen in our report, there are ample reasons to pause and reevaluate projects such as this. The scientific uncertainty is huge. Our county is unique geographically and geologically. There is public support for pause. There's public support for a moratorium. But we didn't request that. We just requested the pause pending that additional information to inform the decisions. Additionally, we feel like, again, because our county is unique, we need cumulative impacts to be evaluated. How big are these things? What are they removing? How many can we take in our county before we've maxed ourselves out? We need to know that before we get there and cross that threshold. So many impacts that are potential. And with all due respect to the planning and zoning folks, we do not have any data centers in Calvert County currently. The staff do not have previous experience with data centers. They have a big list of people that are reviewing these things. I don't know if those individuals have experience with data centers or projects of this size and magnitude. But they guarantee that they know it all, or they'll ask their on-contract third-party entities. But again, we're concerned about noise, light, endangered species, forests, the transfer of the property someday, the obsolescence of the equipment, the heat impact. The heat impact is potentially enormous for our county. The Chesapeake Bay is a relatively shallow body of water. Any additional changes to temperature dramatically increase the temperature of that water. Our research has shown that temperature will increase as a result of data centers. It will. How much? Ranges from a half of a degree to 16 degrees. That takes an 80 day to a 96 degree day. That is significant. That will damage the bay. That will damage the crab populations, the oyster populations, the clam populations, everything that's out there will have an additional problem. And we've already got problems with menhaden. There's not enough feeder fish for the larger fish. And we're just piling on the impacts. And if there are violations, and we've all seen the news that there are data centers that violated a permit, accident, didn't know, and accidents happen. But you can't remedy these accidents. If they damage the aquifer, it's very difficult to undamage that aquifer. It's very expensive to restore a damaged aquifer. Remediation is incredibly difficult, incredibly time-consuming, and incredibly expensive. The penalties are not adequate. Additionally, mitigation. I've heard a lot of conversations about mitigation. Again, our county is unique. Because our county is unique, the damage done in one place will be mitigated in a different place. So that mitigation doesn't really mitigate for those communities directly around that facility. Some other community is going to get it. And again, our county's unique. I think that's a potential equity issue. If we're relying on mitigation that will occur at another place, another time, and will it even happen? I think there's cause for concern there. Once you build a data center, you can't go back. You can't unbuild a data center. And the costs of mistakes are too high. They're too high to move forward without having that additional information. I know I would feel much more comfortable if I had that information and could confidently say, yes, we've evaluated the impacts. We know what they're going to be. We recommend these next steps. We haven't seen that information. We have researched for that information. It's not even out there. So we request independent studies. The process that we heard about, the vesting, the grandfathering, maybe grandfathered, maybe not grandfathered. The public reviews every, I think they said month, they have public comment every month at a certain period of time. I don't know how those are advertised, but I know how people came to our environmental commission meetings. And we had more people collectively than I have ever seen come out for an environmental commission meeting. Your public is very concerned about this project, and I think they too would feel very comforted to know that we are trying to get that information that will not only make the scientists feel better, but will make them feel better. We have looked at the noise in your community. We've looked at the noise in your school, and we can tell you these things about that, and then let them decide if it's good for their community or not. But right now we don't have that information. And I think that is all I want to say. Oh, one more thing. We do not believe that the rules and the regulations were designed to fit data centers. I think data centers have surprised a lot of us with their pace, and they are going very fast. So the conversation, I tried to do the math of 30 days, but it's business days. It's like 6 months if a company really wanted to cram it through, get all their reviews done, lickety-split, turn it right back around. That's 6 months. That's not a lot of time on the grand scheme of things, especially when you consider the potential impacts that are forever. 6 months versus forever. It seems like it might be worth our time to do that additional research. And the last thing I want to say is about the rural character of Calvert County. One of the reasons I moved here was the rural nature of Calvert County, the quiet nature of Calvert County. And now in between two of our best parks, you're proposing to put a giant buzzing something. How's that impact the parks? Like, not just the people, how's it impact the parks? How's all that reverberation impact the sand? Is it going to cause liquefaction? Because that's what happens when you vibrate sand. It turns to liquid. Has that been evaluated? I haven't seen anything. And stormwater is not wastewater. Right? Stormwater is when there are storm events and what happens to the water in that storm event. Wastewater is what are they doing with the water? Where are they getting it from? What are they doing with it? Even systems that are recycling, they come to a point where they cannot recycle that water anymore. They've got to discharge it and get new water. So where's that water go? And what if there's an accident? We're one accident away from losing what watermen so dearly value, which is their livelihood and our dinners. And thank you. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I wanted to thank you guys for coming. We've had basically AWS presentations. We've had, the Natelli folks. I wanted you folks to come in because to me starts safety first. I had a finance director years ago hollering at me saying, well, you don't really care what I think. And it was this and the other. I said, because I've always been safety. You see my voting record with police, EMS, things of that nature, and probably from my past job, I worked in places that weren't that safe, and I know how I always felt when I came home. So thank you for coming here, and to validate your point, you said community involvement. My 11 years here, the most involvement I've ever seen on any issue has been this. Really nice young lady, Melissa Email, she sent me, she's done a petition as of last night when she sent this to me, 5,411 signatures. That may not sound like a lot when you think 90,000 people. I can tell you that is by far the most I've ever seen sitting up here. And this is just her doing it on her own. I would imagine that if you were able to talk to all 90,000, that number would be greater, a lot greater than that. And I have several questions. Like what you said as well, the 2-year when I proposed the 2-year moratorium was to start to take a bite at the apple of all those things that you said, because there are so many things. This is a unique thing to us, to this country, that people are seeing all over, and as we're all trying to play catch up on this, we're finding that it seems like nobody has all the answers. There's an answer here, it's an answer there, but then that's up for debate. When I was trying to research sound, they said, well, trees are really immaterial because these things go through concrete or what have you, this sound. And they said, but, if you're in a mountain area to a flat area, obviously I think you guys agree with me for the moratorium. Have you found agencies that are qualified to validate all of these concerns? Because I have not been able to find somebody that's why I think it's going to take a long period of time to start to get these answers questions, because it seems like one place does this, but it doesn't do all of it. Have you guys found any resources?
That's why we relied on the studies that we submitted links for you to read up on, because that's the best information and the most current information that we could find.
I do just want to add one thing. I went to the AWS information session up in Frederick on Thursday night, and the MDE was there, Maryland Department of the Environment. State Senator, the state senator that represents Frederick, I'm blanking on her name right now, she said she talked to the Maryland Department of Health and asked them if they had conducted studies relative to Maryland about the health impacts of data centers. And what she told the audience there was that their response was, no, we don't have the resources. She asked the Maryland Department of Environment representatives that were sitting there if they would work with the Maryland Department of Health to study these efforts. Now, there is a study that's coming out that's due out at the end of this year. It may not be out on September 1st. It may be delayed because it had to go through, it was vetoed and went through a revote and passed. So there is some information coming out, but Maryland Department of Environment, as Director Brinkley said, is bound by their regulations. So if something is not in their regulations, they can't enforce it. Maryland Department of Health has done no examination of the health impacts. There are new studies now coming out by different agencies that are examining the health impacts. I just pulled, and in fact, up at the meeting in Frederick, I think her name is Lewis, State Senator Lewis, said that the study shows that the health costs for data centers in Northern Virginia ranges from $55 million to $99 million, almost $1 billion in health impacts to the residents of Northern Virginia as a result of the data centers. So there is significant concern about that. I can send you the link to that. I actually have it open on my phone. I can find the name of the organization that did that. But that's like brand new stuff because these hyperscale data centers are going in so fast that the scientists can't keep up. There isn't enough research. And as both of these incredibly gifted people have said, we need time to understand because we're not like Northern Virginia. We're not like Pennsylvania. We're not like Texas. We are so unique and we rely so much on our waterways that we need to understand. Ocean acidification is a known fact. Commissioner Burry wanted me to quantify how much extra emissions from the specific generators will increase acid rain. We don't know because we haven't looked, but emissions from generators cause acid rain. Acid rain acidifies the bay. That decreases oyster shell production. That decreases blue crab production. We are introducing extra diesel emissions that will impact our bay, and we need to understand it. An easy vote right now would be to say, no, we don't want data centers. But since that doesn't seem to be the conversation that we're willing to have, we need to understand how this unique ecosystem will be impacted, and we don't know because there aren't studies available.
Well, I think, honestly, if these things didn't bring any money, it wouldn't even be on the table. And I've questioned that from the beginning. If it wasn't such a large sum of money, I don't think any jurisdiction would even talk about it. And I've gone back to what's the quality of life cost? Because when we're only 7 miles wide, I just don't know how it can happen. There's just not enough geography. I mean, you like you just said, Northern Virginia, and how much larger is that than we are, and they can't do it. When I was talking to somebody on the phone, and I said, it's amazing that Baltimore City, with the problems that they have, and we all know that without getting into all the problems that they have, even they are pushing back. When I said 2 years, people thought I had a hole in the head, and you see Montgomery County just passed 2 years. I just don't know how they can make it safe. I just don't. And with nobody having the information, nobody. I guess what Maine has banned it statewide or something like that. I mean, we're not alone. Everybody has questions. Anybody who's asking a question isn't getting the answers. So time seems to be what we all need on this. And I mean, I think from hearing from you guys, you support a minimum of a 2-year moratorium.
That's why we reiterated some of the information we introduced back in April, is that we're working on somebody else's timeline. And we need to do our due diligence here to find out what's really going to happen if this happens in this critically unique environment down in Lusby. So that's why we let's pause for a moment. Let's do our due diligence here.
And I think to your point, once it's done, you can't undo it.
Exactly. We've added a component as well to look at the socioeconomic aspect of what happens to the people that live, whether it's 20 homes or 10 homes. They matter just as much as the rest of the county. And so it's important that we look at this from an equity standpoint. I mean, if it affects one family, it affects all of us because it's a life-changing event for them. But in this case, we have homes, we have schools that will be part of this new ecosystem with heat island effects, noise. That's a given. The noise, the vibrations, and all those changes. The water runoff. Who's going to take care of the water when it runs off? I mean, those things. Who manages? We were asked a question by someone from the public. Who manages the wildlife on these large campuses? How long would the forest be empty before it comes back? I mean, so those things are all life-changing events for the people that live there. So we, pushed for the pause until we can study ours. If it's going to be a need right now, it's going to be a need a year, 2 years from now. But why rush into it? And we know the monetary aspect is hanging over our heads, and it's a burden on all of us because we're going to look at higher taxes. We'll bring more businesses in, smaller businesses. What do we do to fill that gap? Because we have a gap in our budget. So we're all in the same boat. It takes all of Calvert now to work on this issue. If we decide to go another ecotourism, or do we expand our farming, communities here? So there's a lot of things that we have to think about.
And
So
that's
I too, go ahead.
I was just going to say, that's why we asked for an evaluation of alternatives, because we do realize that there's the financial element of this that is driving this and driving the pace to a certain extent. So I think it would help for everyone to look at some alternatives. What are other ways that we can raise something comparable ourselves that don't have these impacts? Yes, sir?
So I too want to thank the whole commission for their time, efforts, and research and everything, and your time spent on this document. I think this document has a lot of potential. I like the noise monitors in here. I like the increasing buffers in here. Water also with best technologies and more studies on the water, Tier 4 generators. But I do have a couple questions. On page 3, top of the land, forest land depletion, you had 1,000 acres of forest land. Where did we come up with that number?
That's the 998 acres.
So on the current site plan, we have 196.38 acres. So I just wanted the disparity right there.
There's different sources of information. I know we had a citation in it the first time, and I'm not sure which one of us added that 1,000 acres. We have had different iterations of this. The site plans, when you go through the information, give different numbers. So we've seen 988 acres. When you look at the site plan statement of justification, or somewhere in the plethora of documents, it lists the Constellation site as more than 2,000 acres that will be leased. So the 1,000 acres might not be accurate of how much forest is cut, but the size of the piece that AWS is looking to lease from Constellation is anywhere between 988 acres and 2,000 acres.
Okay. But the current site plan is 196. want to get that out there. Okay, thank you. And on page 10, we also have, I see on here, you have white-tailed deer listed on here. And I believe there's a program in existence right now to control the population on that site. Is that correct?
So there's a couple things. The reason why this table is included from 2011 is because of discrepancies. So in 2011, the Maryland Department of Natural Resources conducted an extensive review of the Constellation property in collaboration with the Army Corps of Engineers, and a separate study was conducted. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the NRC did one study. The Maryland Department of Natural Resources did a second study. I was grouping them together wrong. The table that you see listed here is from 2011 from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers NRC study. The table on the next page is from the 2011 Maryland Department of Natural Resources flora and fauna studies of the Constellation property. The reason for our concern is because these species were identified on that property in 2011. Whether it, the white-tailed deer, I know that they call it recreational. It's not a protected species, but it has a recreation interest. The reason for our concern was because the study submitted to Maryland Department of Environment in support of the AWS application suddenly doesn't have the same number of species on it. They identified 4 species of interest on the property when you can see that there's close to a dozen from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and NRC, and an equal number from the Department of Natural Resources. So what happened in the 15 years between 2011 and 2026? Where did those species go? Either a comprehensive study wasn't done, or there was active engagement in removal of those species during that time, because they wouldn't just, that many number of species shouldn't just disappear if they are left in a protected area.
Okay, very good. And the last question I have, I like the noise monitors that you all put in here, but I'm having a little bit of trouble with the low frequencies. So are all infrasounds, the lower hertz sound waves, a health risk?
Yes.
So,
when exposed to them continuously over a period of time, yes. Low frequency sound can be used as a medicinal purpose when it's in a short-term like therapeutic use. But when you are exposed, say at a public school for 7 hours a day, 180 days a year, or you live within close proximity and you're receiving the infrasound waves continuously, yes, it creates problems.
So what I'm trying to understand is the natural sources of the low frequency sounds, like sitting on the beach and listening to the waves all day long. That's low frequency sounds.
Respectfully, it's not.
Well, in this
low
study,
frequency sound
in
that's
this study that I read, the natural sources, ocean waves in the surf, waterfalls, thunder. And what I'm trying to grasp here is when is it a good sound and when is it a
low frequency
another
is below
sound
20 hertz. So if you're talking about low decibel,
no, these are hertz 20 to 300 hertz.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in your question there. I mean, one of the things I did when I worked for the Navy is we studied the impacts of loud sounds like sonic booms and stuff, right? Thunder is kind of analogous to a sonic boom. It's loud, it's got a low frequency sound in it, but it's very brief, right? Yeah. And it's part of the natural environment. Our bodies are actually, in fact, adapted to that. When we talk about infrasound, by definition, it's what you can't hear. A normal person cannot hear it. So if you're hearing it, that's not infrasound. The military, I know, has looked at using it as a weapon, and I believe they actually have used it as a weapon because it makes people sick it will cause very serious effects, and they've noticed this in military applications where people are subjected to it, but it's not going to be generated in any significant quantity that I've ever heard from waves or things like that. That's all different frequencies that you can hear. There's maybe,
But it is a low frequency sound, correct?
but we're talking about sound below the threshold of what you can hear is infrasound. All right, so your body vibrates your body. Apparently, there are a certain number of people who can actually hear it, but it is known to have very negative effects on people. So it's not really correlated with most natural sounds that you're going to acquire. And again, if I'm listening to a waterfall, that's what I like that. You listen to the waterfall, or if I'm listening to the waves, fine. I love listening to waves, but that's again, it's a very gentle sound, and there's a lot of components to it.
Well,
not infrasound.
And I was trying to get to the ships going up the bay, and is that the same low frequency sounds that we're speaking of here? And that's what I'm trying to bring all together in this.
That's a fair question. These ships emit infrasound. I probably from the propellers. Depends on how slowly they rotate, and what. One of the engineers for the subcontractors from the Tally told me that nothing in their systems would produce infrasound. But if you have two fans that are running similar speeds, what are you going to get that thump, thump, thump effect, right? And if there's a building nearby, which oddly enough there will be, that reflection will turn that into infrasound, which will, into actual what we understand as infrasound. So below the hearing level of frequency sound waves that will penetrate how far? Nobody knows. I've found some studies of just sort of like the Nick Shirley of the infrasound, going out doing his own studies, putting out monitors around things and finding that, for instance, gas pipelines are apparently a source of infrasound. So if you're pumping gas pipe, through natural gas through pipelines, nobody knew.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
And he's measuring the infrasound levels around these data centers and finding some. Now, Natalie says his studies have been debunked. I didn't see any debunking, but we only had a few, very short time to look into all this. But so does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Hans?
Well, we do appreciate you coming in today and all the work you've done. I understand it's a very complex issue, but we have the text amendments that we're working through, and currently the policy is that nobody can get a building permit until those text amendments are complete. So if we include language in those text amendments that looks at sound and all these issues that you raised, then we can't issue a building permit until we have a text amendment in place to address that. You do recognize that, right?
Can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Microphone was turned the other way. So I was just saying that currently our policy is that nobody can get a building permit for a data center until the text amendments are complete. And we have a process where we're going through the text amendments, and the text amendments look at sound and all the issues that you raised. So, and there's no time limit on when the text amendments are done. But I am I hear that there's no data available now, and we don't know when that data will be ready, and things are changing all the time. So, there are 650 data centers in Virginia, and is anybody studying those?
Yes. Yes, they have, and the research shows that the noise has, and we include that information in our report. The noise is causing health impacts, and that's part of where that $55 to $99 million expenditure that I talked about when I opened a few minutes ago. So yes, they are starting to do the studies. One of the things that needs to be considered is the students that sit at Southern Middle School. They would be sitting between 4 of the AWS buildings and the Natelli site. And every single one of you has been on a boat in the bay, right? One boat comes by and you start going this way, another boat comes by and you start rocking more, right? That's how sound waves work. The students sitting at Southern Middle School are going to be getting sound from both directions. And we spell out in our report how students are impacted by sound. The ANSI standard for classrooms is 35 decibels. So the best thing for schools is to be as far away from possible from a data center because of the sound. So, you know, put in the text amendment that we suggest that says a 1 mile buffer around the schools. Show that you protect our children because they will be impacted by this. How do you know that the text amendments you're proposing are enough if you don't have the scientific evidence to support them? We're just guessing. We're just guessing. Oh, 1,200 feet, it's fine. We're just guessing. So do the studies that we're asking, you know, so that we understand, because one of the planning commissioners put in writing that it will be an issue for Southern Middle School. If we do nothing to address the issue for Southern Middle School, what legal liability have we just opened the county up to? Because it's known that these data centers, the noise from the data centers cause issues. So are we now going to open up to every single student at Southern Middle School any health impacts that they may have, any learning disabilities they may have? Could they come sue us now because we didn't do our due diligence to examine what the best text amendments will be? Why can't we take the time to understand what the best text amendment should be?
As I said, there's no time limit on when those text amendments can be completed.
So let's do the studies and get the right information.
I didn't say we can't do the studies. I'm not saying we're not going to study. I'm not saying that.
Okay. Then let's try to get the studies that we have requested in place. In the meantime, if you really need to do a text amendment, put a mile buffer around every single pre-K-12 public, private school, and daycare. Do that now. Do the studies. Then we can come back and revise.
And just turning it down a little bit during the day, right? They offered that they'll turn it down between
the noise.
second
Speak into your
floor.
mic. I'm sorry. Can you speak into your
sorry.
mic?
I believe one of the, sorry.
Oh, the text amendments? Are you talking about the text amendments, decibel levels during the day versus at night?
Yes.
Yeah.
And like recess.
Oh, yeah. So if students are outside, and this also ties into air pollution, if students are outside, you know, they recess, athletics who have PE outside, practice outside, they will be exposed to those noise levels and air pollution from testing of generators. One of the proposed text amendments is that they will only test generators between 10 and 4. That's exactly the time that our students are in school, or at recess, or practicing whatever sports or having games. So then you would be putting those air pollutants into the air in those areas. There are 5 public schools within 2.5 miles of these data centers. Did anyone consider that?
You said 35 decibels.
35 decibels is the ANSI standard for background noise within a classroom. The decibel levels that we've been tossing around are 55, 65, 45. And Mr. Natelli himself said, well, at our buildings, decibel levels are 80 to 90 decibels, but at the property line, it decreases to 55. So he himself confirmed that distance from data centers reduces noise levels. So if nothing else, we need to protect our students, specifically Southern Middle School, because they are getting it from both sides. Patuxent and Appeal are less than a mile from the Natelli site. So those are significant issues for our students, our children, not including the environmental issues. But then when you introduce the generators running and being cycled and being tested during daytime hours when they're at school, they're going to be breathing the pollutants from those generators.
And the 35 decibels.
ANSI standard for classrooms?
Correct, at school,
In the classroom?
in the classroom. And have we measured, do we know what it is now? I mean, there's got to be a level now at the schools. Do we know?
I'm not aware that we have tested Calvert County schools to see what the noise levels are, but having been a teacher in those classrooms, especially at Northern High School, I can tell you that I didn't have a ton of background noise, and I didn't have a data center humming half a mile from my classroom. So it wasn't loud in my classroom.
I'm just wondering if we have a base. That was all, that was my question.
That would be a good thing to test, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So let's add that to our test.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, yeah. We're not, yeah. That's all I was asking, if there is a base that we know, but we don't know. So we'd have to test to find out if there is a base.
Yeah, we have noise tests in our suggestions.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out, since she's talking about the kids being able to use the playgrounds and those kind of effects, the heat island effect, again, not well studied for data centers, but it's well studied for other things like parking lots and whatnot, and they know what they say, up to a 6 degrees centigrade increase is possible. Well, these, like in this other middle school, between two data centers, the kids may not be on the playground breathing fumes. They may be too hot to go out. I mean, we have Black Flag days here already, right, when temperature gets over a certain degrees. And again, no way to know without, a lot more data than we have. What will happen to the heat around in those areas and to the residents and the other things going on? And also know that they cause microclimate effects. Decreased rainfall, increased rainfall, removal of moisture from, you can have a constant upwelling of warm air from the data centers and the area around them, right? That's taking moisture away from the ground, up into the air, blowing it downstream, so there's more rain somewhere else, right? What are those effects? I mean, how does it affect our micro, climates and micro ecotones here? Nobody knows, right? So there's just...
I would assume that data does exist?
Well, data exists showing that these effects happen, right? I mean, you can do a quick search online and find out there is studies done showing that these effects happen, right? But how does that affect us locally, right? That's the question that we've been trying to raise here. I mean, we know that there are negative impacts from these things, right? How do those negative impacts play out here, where we have a unique system, unique ecosystem, a very small land footprint, you get more rain, less rain, different places, what's happening to the species that live here. I mean, there's all kinds of things that just nobody knows.
But the heat island effect, it should be consistent, because a data center is a data center, that's not?
It would depend on the size of the data center, how much they're doing. I mean, how well what they can do with. I don't know. I mean, there's questions there that I'm not an expert in data center design, but it certainly would be affected by the size and the amount of just processing that they're doing, right? So again, it's just, and how well they're able perhaps to spread out the heat over. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what they do to mitigate that, but again, so all unknowns, but known that there will be an effect. We just don't know how much and how damaging it'll be.
So,
I mean, we always talk about our friends in Virginia, because in Ashburn they have 250 data centers in that one little town. So that's why I say I think that the data should be readily available based on that.
Well, again, if somebody has taken the time to study that and it has the pre-measurements and the post-measurements, here we're blessed to have Chesapeake Biological Lab, which has a lot of measurements, of local environment as a base. So that would be a starting point for us at least.
one thing to understand, because people have been trying to debunk the data center heat island study.
Mm-hmm.
When you pull the heat off the servers, it has to go somewhere. And where they are putting it is out. So Mr. Natelli and AWS both said that their designs will use air exchangers for most of that time. So they will be exhausting the heat from within the building out.
Mm-hmm.
They'll only use water 4% of the time, both of them have said. So when you remove the heat from within the building, it has to go out. And then it disperses. So that's part of the reason why this data center heat island effect, everyone knows heat island. You cut down trees, You pave with asphalt, you build concrete buildings, it gets hotter. That's why the city is hotter than here. That's a heat island. It's a known fact. There's only been one study done so far about the data center heat island effect, and it just came out this year, and it looked at 20 years of data centers. And that's what Abby was talking about at the beginning. The range goes up to 6 miles, and the temperature can go up to 16 degrees Fahrenheit. The average was 2 degrees Celsius, which is like 3.2 degrees Fahrenheit, was it the temperature increase. So then the one way that Mr. Natelli tried to say that it wasn't valid was because it only heated land and not the air. That's not how the earth works. So if you heat the land conducts the heat back to the air. That's how we have greenhouse gases. So it's a constant re-emission, upwelling, downwelling radiation. I teach this in weather and climate. It's an upwelling and downwelling of infrared radiation, which is heat. So the heat and air exchange temperatures. So to say that, well, it's only going to be the land, it's not going to be the air temperature, that's incorrect. It bounces. Like Abby just said, it bounces. So the impact could be felt at Southern Middle School, at Patuxent, in the Ranch Club, at the golf course where you just had your fundraiser. It would be in the bay where the water as the water heats up, it can't hold oxygen. It becomes hypoxic. And this is a condition that happens in the bay because it is shallow. So we know this is a thing. The Virginia Institute of Marine Science puts out a dead zone report every year because they study the dead zones and the hypoxic conditions in the bay. We will be adding to that. We will be adding to that because by increasing the temperatures up to 6 miles away, you're out now in the middle of the bay. So that means that there is less oxygen for every species that lives in the bay. That will impact our fishermen, our oysters, our blue crab harvest, our restaurants, our tourists who come here for our crabs and crab cakes. All of those will be impacted by this. And the people trying to debunk the scientists doing the research are using disingenuous arguments.
Amen. Go ahead, sir.
Just want to give a comment about the magnitude of the heat. So you might remember from 8th grade physics, energy can't be created or destroyed, but it can be transferred from one form to another. So all these megawatts, I don't know what they are, like lots and lots of megawatts, huge amounts of energy, right? It's not like they go in and there's some energy left over here, electricity left over. It all goes to heat. Just about every amount of electrical energy that goes into that data center gets transformed to heat and has to go out. So that's the magnitude of the energy that's going to be being released into the atmosphere.
Thank you.
Commissioner Grasso.
I don't know.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Can you all hear me? Okay, first of all, thank you so much. You are the first sensible group of people I have listened to through all of this, and you say you only had a little bit of time to do this. Thank you. Thank you. You did a service to Calvert County. I don't get it. I don't get it. Everywhere I go, I was someplace Sunday night, 120 people were there. No data centers, no data centers. The people don't want the data centers. In our organizational chart, we start out with the citizens, then the commissioners, then the people in this building. I've said it a million times. We work for you all. I don't understand. I mean, I don't give a damn what Natalie says or what AWS says. What AWS says. What you're giving us, what the people want, is what we should be listening to. Our county is a beautiful county. We all moved here for different reasons. Do we want to destroy it? Data centers get in and they say, oh, we're going to have 6 buildings. The next thing you know, they're buying up more and more land, and then we've got 12 buildings. We don't know what we're dealing with. We have no business dealing with these trillion, billion-dollar corporations. This is such a disservice to the people. Now, I was one of the commissioners that voted against the amendments, and I'll tell you why I voted against the amendments. Because these amendments are not worth the paper they're printed on. This is crap. This is a waste of my time. This is a waste of your time. We don't know what the hell we're doing. We don't know what we're dealing with. We either need a 2-year moratorium. My vote is to stop the whole darn thing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and thank your commission for putting all this together. We appreciate it very much. I'm with Commissioner Cox. One of the most important things that I saw come out of this is monitoring. We have to be able to monitor what's going on. People can't be there all the time, whether it's noise, whether it's air quality, whether it's water temperature going back into the bay, as you've spoken about quite a bit here today. And I understand that. And I'll tell you, one of the real reliefs that I had from growing up here and working on the water here and fishing in front of the power plant a lot as a kid and as an adult is the fact that they're going to use that bay water to do cooling. But that bay water is to be pulled after it comes through that plant. I was worried about the infrastructure out front for the intake side of things as well as for the discharge side of things. The power plant's been there for 50-plus years, and they've monitored that water within MDE guidelines for water temperature that goes back out into that bay. So if the cooling system from that power plant for the data centers is coming through the power plant, once it goes through the intake, it's going into the data center, then it goes back through the power plant for the discharge side of things. For over 50-plus years, again, that power plant's been there, and a lot of those power plant employees are Calvert County citizens who care about the county, care about our bay, and care about our infrastructure that we have here. That to me was a huge relief, but it still has to be monitored. We got to put these text amendments in place to protect us, to protect our citizens, to protect our county.
Commissioner Ireland, may I stop you for a second?
Go ahead.
So I moved here because my husband worked at the power plant. And so I have had conversations with some of the experts, and one of them got up here and addressed you guys. For AWS to tie into Calvert, the power plant's cooling system, they believe that would open Calvert Cliff's license in front of the NRC. They don't believe that there's any way that they're going to tie into the loop that Calvert Cliffs uses. Water comes in from the bay, it makes 2 right turns, and it leaves. And you're correct, it is monitored, especially by temperature. AWS is going to use an evaporative cooling system. That's what their presentation shows. They said it at Calvert Middle School, and they said it again up at Frederick. So evaporative cooling means that they're going to be boiling off some of the water that's in there. That's going to change the chemistry of the water. It's going to magnify nutrients. So basically it concentrates, okay? So if you boil off the water, the chemicals are left behind. So that water is going to become concentrated with the chemicals that are going to be placed in there. So we need to see a very detailed, specific plan for how AWS plans to tie in. Because if they are claiming that they're going to use the nuclear power plant's loop, but they get the water from after it's discharged back out into the bay, that's a new withdrawal, and that is not monitored. So they have not given answers to this, and the nuclear people, because I'm not a nuclear engineer. My husband is, but I'm not. The nuclear engineering people are saying They think that there's no way Calvert Cliffs would open up their license for review because of this data center. So AWS needs to provide detailed information. And yes, the nuclear plant is federally regulated and regulated by the state. And yes, I agree with everything you're saying about the nuclear power plant. My husband worked there for decades. But AWS changes it. And that's what we don't know, because the nuclear people asked AWS specifically at their open house to explain how they were tying into the system, and they weren't answered. Right. So there's something that's not being divulged in these records that they're not telling. When Calvert Cliffs 3 was under proposal, and I know this because my husband worked on it, they were not allowed to withdraw from the bay. And let me just add, in 2011, Calvert Cliffs' third reactor was not allowed to be built on the land where AWS is currently proposed. All of that land was off limits. They were going to build on already cut land near Camp Kenoi. So, and I know that because my husband is the person who went and put the protected forest land signs around the area. Something changed about the ability to use that land that sits on top of Johns Creek with wetlands and forest land, and they're not disclosing how they're going to use that water. Any change to the chemistry of the water being put back into the bay will have a negative impact.
I agree. And I agree that the NRC, if the NRC is going to prohibit it from happening, then they're going to prohibit it from happening. However, it's got to be some kind of way, shape, or form. There's a review policy. There's a process that they're going to have to go through. And I'll tell you, I would love to see a presentation on the evolution of data centers, where they started being water guzzlers, and now they're down to 4%. They're saying 4% of the time they're using water to cool. But we've never seen that presentation, and I'd like to see where it stands. And with us having this conversation, that could have changed from the time they submitted the other day until now as to how they cool. And it's because the evolution, it just keeps, as technology goes, whether it's this cell phone or whatever it may be, it's constantly changing, changing.
I do want to address that, because people seem to think that a smartphone is the reason why we have these hyperscale data centers, and they're not.
No, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying how much technology changes.
Yes, yeah. I'm Gen X. I grew up with technology change. Yeah. It's the hyperscale data centers that are becoming the issue. It's the size and the scale that they're building these things, and the heat that they generate, and the electricity that they use. It is very much a cumulative effect. So we don't have data centers because we use Facebook. Facebook's been around for 20 years.
Correct.
It's AI, it's cryptocurrency, it's the 24/7 constant surveillance, like with the flock cameras. It's
unfortunately,
chatbots.
none of it's going anywhere. That's the unfortunate part about it. It's just going to keep.
But it doesn't have to be here. It doesn't have to be here.
And I respect that. So we're going, as I said, we're going to continue moving forward with these text amendments. We're going to end up giving direction to Director Brinkley and his personnel so that we can come up with, I guess, different categories that we can put these different text amendments into to be able to do a further work session and a further review. But thank you all very much for your input.
Don't leave yet. They're here. I want to make a motion to go into a public hearing for a 2-year moratorium to put it back on the table. We're hearing from these folks here. This needs to be discussed.
So we're in a presentation.
Mm-hmm.
So that motion cannot
I've done
come
it
out
before.
of the presentation. I know, and
I've done it before.
Apparently we should.
Done it for 11 years. So done it many times. This board's accepted them many times. So you cannot vote on it, but that motion stays on the floor. It's been seconded. Now, it can be not voted on, but that goes on the record. I've been dealing with this over and over and over and over and over. These folks are finally here. We've been trying to get them here forever. We've had all the pro stuff. Now we're hearing from people from the scientific community giving every single reason why not to do it, that they need time to study it. I went to Southern Middle School. Both my kids went to Southern Middle School. I went to Appeal. One of mine went there, the other one went to Dow. I mean, I'm sorry, how many times you had to say Southern Middle School? My motion is to go into that public hearing for a 2-year moratorium. Montgomery County does it, Baltimore does it, all around this state does it, and we're 10 times better than all those places, and we're not going to take a pause to study this thing? I'm sorry. Commissioner Grasso, you have my second. Yeah. I want to vote.
All right, we're going to take a recess. We're going to have. Or can Mr. Attorney, would you like to address it, or would you like to do it? Would you like to do it in open session or recess, sir?
Well, so I guess the question from the president is whether you are to entertain the motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that is your option. That is one option. The other option is that you can ask the your fellow commission members whether they have any objections to entertaining the motion.
Okay.
And if there are objections to entertaining the motion, then the motion doesn't get entertained.
Okay. So is there any objection to entertaining that motion? Okay. So there's no objection.
Okay. Then you have to have a discussion about the motion and whether you want to consider it.
Okay. Could you repeat your motion, Commissioner?
I want to have a motion to go into a public hearing as instructed from the county attorney before, that I can't just go into a moratorium. I must have a motion for a public hearing to entertain a 2-year moratorium to get a complete EIS study and evaluation, as my motion has been several times before.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second for a moratorium from Commissioner Hart. Is there discussion on that?
Can you explain the EIS?
Sure, an environmental impact statement. Everything they've been saying, everything from all the data we've been given, more and more. We have no clue. I'm sorry, speak.
It's in our letter.
It's in your letter. Yeah. I mean, we have no clue about sound, any of this stuff. We know nothing. To say we know anything would be a lie. We know zero. We know less than zero. The best folks we have right here to study this have said they need more time. They were given a month. We need time to do this.
Isn't there a text amendment that calls for an environmental impact study? Isn't there a text amendment that requires an environmental impact study?
Jason Brinkley,
Mr. Brinkley?
Director of Planning and Zoning, that is the very next item we'll discuss.
And
there's no one at the moment.
And is there any timeline on when that study has to be completed?
That's
the question.
So there is no timeline in, I caution this because we haven't actually talked about an environmental impact study. That has been recommended, and that's literally in the next item, but there has not been direction given from this board to go forward with that.
And how long do they normally take to complete a thorough?
A while, Commissioner, a while. I can't give you an actual timeline.
So if there is a 0.0001% chance that anybody can be harmed, we don't have to have their money to balance the budget. I've done it 11 times. We don't have to, and even if they were here today, we wouldn't have that. The next board may not have that money. So that is immaterial to balance the budget. To me, that is off the table. That to balance the budget, if we have to have a data center to balance the budget, then we did it all wrong for years, because we've never had it. So let's do the right thing. Hey, look, this is all learning process going down. This is not an ego check. This is not nothing. We cannot look everybody in the eye and say it's safe. We can't.
No.
Because we don't know it. So take a minimum. The people of Calvert County are worth a minimum 2 years.
Yes, they are.
2 years
Commissioner
to make
Hart.
sure that those. Yes, ma'am.
May I? Director Brinkley, the proposed text amendment that you're going to discuss later, is that a county-wide environmental impact study, or is that a site-specific environmental impact study conducted by the applicant?
So we don't have language drafted for anything. That's literally the direction we're seeking to get later today. But one of staff's suggestions would be typically these projects are treated by a county or an applicant-specific environmental impact study in which we would have third-party reviewers of for the site.
Thank you. And so that's part of our concern and what we spelled out in our proposal, because The environmental impact, the flora and fauna study conducted on behalf of AWS does not identify the same number of protected species as identified by the Army Corps of Engineers, the NRC, and Maryland DNR. And so how do we know that that is correct if we don't do our own studies first to know exactly what is on the properties in question that we are considering allowing them to significantly alter? We don't know what happened to the number of species. That's the point I was trying to make to you earlier. There is such a discrepancy between 2011 and 2024, I believe, is the date of the study that was submitted to MDE. Where did those species go? What changed? Because as far as we know, nothing changed. So the same species should be there.
Let's go back to the motion in a second. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Thank you.
I wish you all would come from the dark side and work for the people.
So, all right, we're gonna,
They want to know how the motion, they didn't hear you.
so I'm
The
sorry.
motion passed or
The
failed?
motion did not pass, I'm sorry.
And who voted which way?
We had,
I voted for a moratorium. Commissioner Grosso voted for a moratorium.
we did not. I did not. Thank you. All right, so our next item on the agenda was to go to break, so, thank you. Takes us to our work session, Department of Planning and Zoning, proposed text amendment number 26-23. Mr. Brinkley.
And before Jason gets started, I want to say something. I don't know if you all are aware, but our employees are working very, very hard, and they are also experiencing the vitriol, and they're kind of getting down because they're working to the best of their ability, and they're getting an awful lot of criticism. And I have to apologize to them because when I talk about the amendments and them not being worth the paper they're written on, I am by no means demeaning their work. What is really very, very frustrating is the fact that none of us have numbers that we can hang our hat on, and we're all trying to make the right decision for the community, for our constituents, for the public. So staff, I thank you. I know you're working your butts off, and I do apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jason Brinkley, Director of Planning and Zoning once again, and with me this time is Deputy Director Rachel O'Shea of Zoning. I will let her walk through the text amendment presentation for discussion.
Thank you, Jason. Good morning, or good afternoon, Commissioners. First, I'll go through the background and the purpose. At the BOCC meeting in January, staff was directed to draft additional conditions for data centers. Staff presented a draft text amendment in February and was subsequently directed to return with additional options for discussion. On March 10th, staff presented a range of options for the BOCC and was directed to solicit feedback from the Planning Commission. Staff conducted a work session with the Planning Commission on March 18th to gather initial feedback, followed by a second work session on April 21st to review and discuss member comments and recommendations. We are now returning to the BOCC to discuss the Planning Commission recommendations. So first, we're going to review what's currently in the zoning ordinance for data centers, and then we will go into what we have as part of the proposed text amendment, and then we will get into the Planning Commission recommendations. So current data center conditions. The data center shall be set back 200 feet from all property lines and 400 feet from any lot or parcel with a residential building or active residential building permit, except for adjacent properties under common ownership. Primary building facades shall include at least 2 of the following treatments: fenestration, recesses in the building facade to avoid a continuous unbroken plane, or changes in building material, pattern, texture, color, or accent materials. Any noise generated by the data center, including any accessory mechanical equipment, must comply with Chapter 80 of the Noise Control Ordinance of the Calvert County Code. Prior to any applicable Planning Commission meeting, the applicant shall conduct at least one public meeting in the election district in which the use is proposed. That meeting shall be held at the community center for the district and such other suitable facility within that district. That meeting shall be advertised once a week for at least 2 consecutive weeks in a newspaper of general circulation within the county. The first advertisement shall be no more than 30 days before the public meeting. Each meeting shall have a sign-in sheet where citizens may register. No person shall be required to register as a condition of admission. The applicant shall submit the sign-in sheet and minutes of the public meeting to the Planning Commission clerk at least 2 weeks prior to the Planning Commission meeting. Okay, so now we will go into the proposed text amendment 26-23. This was most recently added, proposed change to permit data centers in only the I-2, which is the heavy industrial district. Currently, data centers are also permitted in the I-1, which is the light industrial and mixed use district, with a special exception approval through the Board of Appeals.
Can I interrupt you for a minute? How are we going to do this process? What does it look like to you? Because at this point, where I see that data centers are currently also permitted in the 1-1 light industrial, I would want that removed.
And that is what this particular slide addresses, removing that.
Okay.
That's part of it would be included in all the other data center conditions that we're also addressing. If you want to talk general proposed timeline, we can do that now, or we can do that at the end. Generally speaking, the plan is to have a work session now. We'll probably getting direction on which one of these to go draft language on, especially when you get into the Planning Commission and even some of the conversation and recommendations from the Environmental Commission. So staff will need some time to draft that. We come back with a work session, ideally sometime in July. Get direction from you, good, yes, go with option A, B, etc. Potentially a work session with the Planning Commission after that, and then adoption. So adoption is looking at, after public hearings, would probably be sometime in September is the timeline we're currently tentatively on.
If studies are done, can amendments be changed up anytime? I thought that's what I heard before.
Yes, you would just have to go through the proper process to make those amendments.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so as part of the proposed text amendment, now we'll run through the additional conditions for data centers. No groundwater well shall be drilled or used to supply water for cooling or humidification. Water used by data centers shall be focused on efficiency, sustainability, and mitigation of negative impacts on public utility systems and ratepayers. This shall be demonstrated in a water services plan to be reviewed and approved by the Department of Planning and Zoning in consultation with the Department of Public Works and the Health Department where applicable. The water services plan shall be prepared by a professional engineer licensed in the state of Maryland. The water services plan shall be updated and reapproved prior to any material expansion or operational change that increases projected average daily cooling water demand by more than 10% over the approved plan. The water services plan should describe how water will be used for cooling operations and impacts of not using water for cooling in summer conditions on peak power use efficiency and power demand. If a data center is designed to operate without the use of water for cooling, excluding domestic plumbing use, the applicant may satisfy this requirement by submitting a sealed certification to that effect in lieu of the full water services plan. So the water services plan shall include, at a minimum, estimated average and peak daily water demand and annual demand, including demand attributable to cooling, estimated annual hours of evaporation, identification of all proposed water supply sources and wastewater disposal methods, and a letter of availability capacity from the applicable water wastewater providers or agencies. Evaluation of feasible non-potable water sources, which shall be used to the maximum extent practical. A description of the proposed cooling system and specific measures to minimize potable water use. Cooling systems serving the data center may utilize water evaporation for heat rejection, provided such systems are highly efficient systems. Inefficient evaporative systems such as continuous cooling towers or once-through cooling are prohibited. And proposed metering and annual reporting sufficient to measure total water use and cooling-related water use. The applicant or owner shall be responsible for the full cost of design, permitting, and construction and inspection of all on-site and off-site public infrastructure improvements required by applicable statute or regulation in order to serve the data center, including but not limited to water, wastewater, stormwater, and roadway improvement, as set forth in the County Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance. All stationary diesel generators serving the data center server rooms, including emergency standby generators, shall be certified to meet U.S. EPA Tier 4 final emission standards or equivalent emissions performance. Where such certification is available for the applicable engine size and class, and shall comply with all Maryland Department of the Environment air quality permitting requirements. And then this is an additional proposed change to Section 30-2, permits and zoning approvals required. For any plan or application submittal, if the Department of Planning and Zoning determines that a third-party review is necessary to ensure compliance with applicable codes, regulations, and standards, such review will be required. The applicant shall be responsible for all associated costs in accordance with the approved fee schedule. Okay, so that concludes the proposed text amendment. Now we're going to run through the Planning Commission's recommendation. This first set was voted on as to be recommended to be included as part of the proposed text amendment 26-23. Limit generator testing to weekdays between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Require submission and approval of a construction traffic management plan designed to minimize impacts on nearby residents from construction-related traffic. The plan shall address traffic volumes, particularly during the morning and evening peak hours, as well as noise associated with early morning, evening, and nighttime activity. The plan shall also include a surety bond in the amount sufficient to cover potential repairs to county or state roadways resulting from construction-related truck damage. Requires submission and approval of a site decommissioning plan. The plan shall obligate the property owner to demolish all structures and restore the site upon cessation of the use. The applicant shall provide a surety bond or other financial guarantee acceptable to the county to ensure completion of demolition and site restoration. The amount of the surety shall be determined by a certified demolition engineer based on the approved final site plan and shall be subject to periodic review and adjustment by the county to reflect current demolition and restoration costs. So now I'm going to run through other Planning Commission recommended considerations for text amendment inclusion. An increase to the proposed setback from 200 feet to 1,200 feet and add a tree buffer of 400 feet. An acoustic absorbing wall or earthen berm should also be required, as well as a third-party review from a qualified acoustical engineer. The county noise ordinance is not adequate. Propose this to be updated or include additional requirement. And the Planning Commission made a clarification here that they would prefer it be 45 dBA at all times at the property line. And then for low frequency tonal noise, it should be limited to 40 dBc at the property line. Require establishment of a routine noise monitoring and reporting program. Monitoring shall utilize equipment with sufficient sensitivity and resolution to detect and measure discrete tonal frequencies. If measured noise levels exceed established limits, operations shall cease until appropriate mitigation measures are implemented and compliance is demonstrated. Do not include a grandfathering provision in the adopting ordinance. The requirements for text amendment 26-23 should apply to all projects that have not obtained vested rights through construction at the time of adoption. Recognize the existing easement across Constellation property associated with the former Baltimore Drum Point Railroad. As part of an agreement, require the applicant to fund the development of a public hiking and biking trail within this corridor and subject to county approval and applicable design standards. Planning Commission would like to see professional testing, data, and analysis from a certified sound testing company of existing operational facilities to see what is existing parameters for noise and to obtain more information on the effectiveness of suggestions such as earthen berms. The county should consider forming a commissioning agent for the development of the plans and build out of a data center facility. So included in your package is the full list of Planning Commission comments. We did not include all of the comments in the PowerPoint presentation. We included the major ones and all of the ones that they recommended be included as part of the text amendment.
I have a question on one, though. On 22 in your Planning Commission member comments. So it says, I can read it, it says, remove the homes and add more trees and hills as a buffer. Also consider that Southern Middle School is so close to the data center campus, which could create an issue. they can use the property for stage and center, et cetera, since you are selling them the BG&E park? I didn't see a for sale sign.
These are comments we got directly from Planning Commission members, so I don't know if that was made based off information that they may or may not have, or if that was made in jest or not. But it didn't come from county staff. We're just relaying the message,
That's
Commissioner.
why I'm asking, because with them putting that in there, and then is that consideration and part of the permit as well?
Not to my knowledge. I think that was coming exactly as it was from a Planning Commission member. We didn't want to further restrict what they were providing.
So in the permit that's submitted from AWS, does it include the sale of that property?
It does not, and it's a site plan that's under consideration, not a permit.
Okay, thank you.
The 27 suggestions that the Planning Commission made, do you know what they based some of their numbers on?
So I know some of them did some independent research on some items. I can't tell you verbatim where they got each one of them. I know when it came to some of the sound, a couple of the Planning Commission members did do pretty extensive research with regard to sound and the impacts of sound. Is there one in particular you had a question about?
There's, no, there's an awful lot that I've marked noise. Building must be shielded from the view of the public or any neighbor by 250 feet of standing timber or berms built large enough to block the structure. My question is this enough? Where did they get this number from? And also, when we talk about the schools, and Southern Middle School is so close to the data center campus, I'm surprised nobody made a suggestion for a distance of data centers from the schools. I think the general recommendation, and of course, like I've told you, we're just shooting into the sky because we don't have studies in front of us, is approximately 2.5 to 3 miles from a school, that a data center shouldn't be any closer than that. But I just don't have any empirical data for a lot of this stuff that they've suggested.
And I know that what we were discussing here is the approximately, it's 27 items. A lot of them are on some of the same subjects, such as noise or buffer. I know the Environmental Commission's recommendations that they discussed a little bit earlier. There was another 13 or so proposals for text amendments in there, and I know I think one of those did address distance from school.
Okay.
Speaking to that, so I've never been part of a study like that. Would they be required to sit in Southern Middle School, and how would they simulate the sound from where that property line would be to do that study? How do you simulate what a commercial building would be?
And I'm not an acoustic engineer or anything of that nature either. You would, when it comes to sound, and I may go off on a tangent here, but when it comes to sound, I know a lot has been recommended about doing before and after testing. So you do before testing to create your baseline, you have your acceptable limits that they have to do, and then you do some type of monitoring to make sure they hit those acceptable limits. When it comes to sound, and a few of the other issues here, but I think sound's probably the biggest one. If the issue that is concerned, and I know we've talked about low frequency and regular dBA, if the issue is the noise itself, then I think we get into a very interesting question on what makes data centers so specific. If it's the noise itself that needs to be regulated, then should we be looking farther out than just data centers on regulating that noise? Because if that noise is creating the negative effects that it creates, maybe it's because it's running 24 hours a day versus some of the others. I don't know what else is out in the world that is running 24 hours a day. And noise is found in our county code, not in our zoning ordinance. So any changes to the noise aspect of it will likely need modification of the county code. I would not advise putting it in both, because I think that's, you run the risk of, if you change one and it's in conflict. So that would require a simultaneous change to the county code when you're looking at these. But I think if it's addressing noise, we may want to take a step back and look at what else do we need to address? What is that a policy question that we need to have discussion on as well?
So, Jason, my question was on decommission plan. Can you give us two different options when you return to us if that project can be used? Maybe just the internal guts be decommissioned and salvage the building if it has a use?
Yes, so what I would recommend that you recommend to us, if I can word that way, is give us direction on which one of these you want us to go start drafting language on, and you may need 2 or 3 different versions of each one of these but to start chewing over. The decommissioning, to be completely frank, I'm not sure taking it back to bare earth is even logistically possible.
Right.
But you do want to make sure that facility is secure. I'm sure on the AWS project, I'm sure that's already been discussed with Constellation on what would happen on that.
Yes.
However, I do think that addressing that is a good good recommendation to include in this list of
Yes.
amendments, just given the nature of
Yep.
the use.
And the other one I had was on page 13, the Constellation property, Baltimore Drum Point Railroad. I don't think, is that easement through the project for a security reason, or what? I do not understand that.
I know that has been identified. I'm not sure the nature of that easement. I think that this one was added by one of the members, and he says by doing it by agreement, not necessarily requiring it through the zoning ordinance. I think this is more of creating a north to south corridor for walking, and this would be a way to use that. Was my understanding of where he came from this, more so than independently including this as a text amendment.
Okay. And last question was on the water plan, the reports. You had yearly reports to be good stewards of water. Just if you could have somebody look at that, whether it's quarterly reporting or yearly reporting or whatever, just so that we're good stewards on water usage.
Will do.
Thank you.
So the other question is, they talk about being a mile from a school. I'm not sure an arbitrary number is important as it is the level of sound, because you might need more than a mile. It's more about measuring what the sound level is once it gets to the school, and from my point of view. Because, like I say, an arbitrary number, I'm not sure what that means, but it's more about the sound level. So I get the 200 and 400 feet because that's a visual component, but when it comes to the noise, it's more about, what that level is.
And there are and we can include this in ways to address these amendments. I think that's a good point, because it could be too much or it could not be enough depending upon the situation.
Correct.
So putting in place metrics that are to be measured that they have to make sure to fall within may be a better advisable way of doing it versus because I know there's things in here for setbacks of 1,200 feet. That may be too much. That may not be enough. I don't know.
Yeah.
Depending on what you're trying to mitigate against.
Right.
But how would you know? Don't we have to do studies?
Commissioner Grassley.
Oh, I'm sorry. How would you know?
So there's a couple of different things. If you're talking about like just DBA, I think that's monitoring devices, and I think both the Planning Commission and the Environmental Commission have both recommended some type of monitoring device. Mm-hmm. I understand that sound is not, I'm going to use the word linear, I may be wrong, but the way sound travels can not always be consistent based off of geographic differences. So those, I think, where and how you set up those monitoring devices would be still up for a lot of discussion, and maybe that needs to have studies on where best to do that. As far as, I really think we need to be careful about making sure we put the onus back on the applicant to, here, we set the parameters, you meet these parameters. Because we don't know all the specifics of this project. We have a concept site plan ends, but we don't know the mechanical equipment that they will be using. We can do studies on the front end, and that's completely justified in its request, but at some point in time, it's only as good as the information you have, and we don't know what the end product's going to look like either, because we don't know the type of machinery they may be using, the type of equipment they may be using. And if they change that in 5 years or 10 years based off of a remodel or something, then those are going to change as well. So I think putting it back on the developer has some merit. I'm not saying you shouldn't do independent studies on the front end at all. I'm just saying that the most prudent way may be both.
Jason, why wouldn't we hire a firm that answers all these questions we've been trying to get to, and have the applicant pay for it? Give them their design, everything they want to do, and get a report back from this independent person. Because we're here throwing darts in the dark. No disrespect to all the work that was put into this, but I mean, you approve any of these type text amendments without any data to support it, then the applicant's going to come back and say, hey, we satisfied what you put out there. And so, I mean, wouldn't the prudent thing to do is to hire a firm that specializes in this, make them pay for it, make them submit all their plans, and prove that they're not a threat to the environment or the health of the community before we even proceed?
So are you talking about in drafting these regulations, or are you talking about
Before you could even draft a regulation. I don't know how you, because even Commissioner Hance just said, he doesn't know what the number is. So before a permit could even go forward, make it stop right there. Okay, you've submitted what you want to do. Now hire the firm, have them pay for the firm, have the firm go through every single thing that they want to do. Then the presentation comes out to the folks where they can prove that they're not a threat, because maybe it's 2 miles or 3 miles. I mean, I'm from the school. I don't think it can happen. I don't think they can prove they can do it safely. But I don't know how any of these text amendments can protect us.
I wouldn't want them hiring the firm.
No, us hiring the firm, and they pay for it.
Yeah, us hiring the firm for sure. And some of my notes that I jotted down for this meeting is air quality, noise levels, impact on our residents, security risk, heat pools, studies on the aquatic life, and how far from schools. I mean, those are so important for us to get a handle on before we can even put numbers to pages, in my opinion. And like Commissioner Hart said, any studies done should be independent, for sure.
Anybody else? So, I mean, we're here to provide direction. So, Director Brinkley, how long would it take for you to compile options on the text amendments?
So there's generally, and I know there's, what did I say, 27 and 13, so there's 40 different suggestions out in the world at the very least. But they circle around a few big topics. And I think we can draft some language on how to address it as much as possible and align with what was requested and get back to you. I'm just going to say I need at least 30 days to give some options on language. In that interim, we can look out at engage with some of I know we have some on-call engineering firms and folks that can do the environmental aspect of it. We just need some guidance from you on what type of studies do we really want to have those third parties looking at in order to figure out what that engagement might look like.
So can you explore if there's a company out there that will do those third-party studies? Does it already exist? Is there?
Some of them, yes. Now, to be quite frank, I know the Environmental Commission's recommendation on heat islands. I mean, that concept's out in the world. How it affects data centers. I mean, as they pointed out, I think there may be one study out in the world on it at the moment, and there may be some. So we can address that the best we can, but I don't know. Those are, I will say, maybe academic level studies, or those are broader studies. Those are big studies. on what the long-term effects of that is, that I don't know that that's beyond the scope of planning and zoning, to put it frank. We can potentially address some aspects of that, but the overall issue is much broader than Calvert County government and planning and zoning for sure.
Absolutely. And earlier I talked about hearing some type of presentation on the evolution of data centers to see how much they've changed and why were those changes made as well. But it seems to me, just sitting here jotting down notes, that if we focused on the text amendment side of things to include, I guess if you're categorizing them, it would be infrastructure and water use, environmental impact study, buffers and setbacks, our sound and noise, mitigation of the residences within a certain range, and in the decommission plan that we just talked about. But if you broke them down into those groups, so to speak, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different groups, and gave us options moving forward and let us know about the third parties that are available out there to study these things and to help us along that path. And again, the timeline you're saying is at least 30 days to put just the text amendment side of things
Correct.
together.
And we'll have an update on the other side, if not more than just an update.
All right, so that puts us to the 7th or the 21st of July meetings. You think you could have it back to us by then?
I'm sure we can have something back to you by then.
So let me ask you something, Director, on that. So wouldn't the prudent thing to do would be tell the applicant that right now your permit is stopped at this point, and there's no need for staff to take time to even look at anything while that company's being acquired. So it stands still, the company gets acquired, and then they submit that to them. I mean, there's no reason to even move that permit an inch until they could satisfy all the independent studies, which some take a couple of years. I mean, I as a business person, I when I spend money, I mean, I'm not looking to just throw it in the trash can. So to me, the respectable thing to do is say, hey, look, okay, you submitted what you wanted to do. No different than when the drawbridge came here. When the toll bridge, I'm sorry, the toll bridge. Remember the guy from the toll bridge? He had his presentation. He came up here. We said, how much to go across? He goes, I couldn't answer it. So we said, bye-bye. So why not take the same logic? Hey, okay, you submitted your application. That's great. We'll hire this firm. You'll pay for it. If it takes a couple years, 2 to 3 years, whatever it takes to get all these different things back, and then do a presentation and see if the public wants to go forward with the data they hear. Like I say, I think it would have to be some wonder magical center to be able to make it fit within 7 miles, but that's just me. I mean, isn't that the prudent thing to do instead of wasting everybody's money?
Commissioners. Commissioners, staff doesn't have the authority to tell them that.
We do. We do.
Jason, do we know what MDE has already done?
We know they have submitted to MDE. I'm not sure if they've been approved by MDE or not at this point.
For their air emissions?
For their air and for environmental, I know the endangered species and everything, but I don't know if that's been approved or not.
And we already talked before, we don't know the extensiveness of, does somebody just look at it on a piece of paper? Do they actually come out, walk the property, bring people out, do soil samples? I mean, we don't know how extensive MDE does because we have no control on them.
That's correct.
And I don't see how we can move forward when we're waiting to get answers. This is going to take time, and everybody's already put so much time into this. I say pause it and let's get answers, and let's put in there what we need to put in there with as close to the right information as we can possibly get.
Are y'all looking at me for a response to that, or what we got in there? I mean, you're talking about the issue y'all have already voted on several times, so I don't feel that it's staff's position to get involved in that conversation. Other than the fact that I'll say that I know AWS is aware that we've had the conversations about text amendments and potentially changes to the regulations. I do want to just make for clarification, and maybe it's the attorney in me that wants to say this, is we can tell them that they are held by whatever the future one is, but until we actually change the rules, they're under the standard they're under now. I know that's maybe semantics, but it is a thing that's true. And if we want to get amendments in, as we pointed out earlier when we walked through the site plan development process, they're not getting to Planning Commission before November. And Director Cosgrove and I were talking earlier. That's likely very, very not possible on their end either. It's probably more like after the first of the year. So I understand the concern about a rush. I'm not saying we shouldn't pause. I'm not saying we should pause, but the site plan process and then the permitting process, which is probably another 8 weeks or 4 to 6 weeks or longer after that, is a long process. So it may be Amazon's best interest to, if they know changes are coming, to not move forward until those changes are in place, because they're throwing good money after bad, so to speak. But I just want to caution about saying that they are bound by these regulations until these regulations are actually in place.
So what would it take to put a step in place, another review process through an independent, to where a permit of that size or the project of that size, no matter what it is, would have to satisfy an independent study before it can move forward? Since we can't use the moratorium word, since pause would be written in there that this permit, okay, it has been submitted and it has been paid for. What does it take to put that provision in there that before you can move forward, how you have to satisfy the health department, the typical things. Department. How do we add this in there then? How do we put that verbiage in there that must be satisfied first before anything else can even proceed?
That you would have to put a text amendment in there that says that it would be before Planning Commission or some milestone that it would have.
So we
to
should only be doing one text amendment today, and that is they have to satisfy an independent agency first before anything else can be considered.
Which I believe is part of what we've got direction
Since
from.
we don't have data to support anything else.
But then how do you set parameters on that independent study?
Well.
And I'm sorry I keep bringing this up, but it's not a permit. It's a site plan that's in the door now. I know those terms get thrown around, and I sound like a broken record, and I don't mean to, but there is a difference, and I think that's a lot of times people hear the word permit and think that they're close to building. This project is nowhere close to happening at that stage.
But logically, the site plan that's submitted, if it can't be done in a safe way in, say, whatever fashion of a text amendment, whatever forced it to move, they're starting from scratch over again, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
So why even waste time with all that and force any project to have to go through a stage to where, if they're going to build a new nuclear plant, even though we have that here, to force them to have to satisfy, because like with the LNG facility, we didn't get that QRA. And that's the problems that we're dealing with today. We didn't get that independent study.
Yeah.
And if we'd have had that back then, it might have saved a lot of grief that we deal with today.
That would be, we can definitely put a text amendment in that. We just need to, once again, goes back to the conversation of parameters, or what is required of that independent study. And that's part of the conversation that involves a lot of the text amendments here. So there's multiple facets of that, but even if you just focused on that, we would need parameters, because they don't know what to provide an independent study of. And there is a certain amount of notice that you have to provide that they understand they can meet your regs on it.
Well, wouldn't that company provide those parameters?
We wouldn't know what to review for, or whoever the third-party reviewer wouldn't know what to review for if you just required a blanket study.
Well, but they've already submitted a plan of what they want to do.
Correct.
So because that was the argument before, that you can't put a moratorium on something you don't have. Okay, well, they've submitted a plan. So you hire a third party that comes in and says, okay, they're looking at that. Well, here's all of the dangers. They obviously, with the climate of today's world, these companies know what you're looking for. They know you're worried about water and energy and sound and air and everything that comes with it, that they at that point start start going through their permit and their review process, and then they submit to us what the findings are. I mean, isn't that a logical process?
Why do we need a text amendment for that?
Because he says you can't require it without it in there. It's not in our code. So since it's not in our code, you can't require them to file something we don't have.
We can always ask.
Yeah, well, ask
We
and
can
require
ask,
are two
but
different
requiring,
things.
yeah.
Okay.
So Jason, my 20% is, let's move forward to text amendments. You can bring it back in 30 days, and that way, if we decide to hire a firm, at least we can have some parameters that we have come together and say, okay, these are our visions of what we need to study.
Yes.
So
But we don't know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Staff has been working on this for a long time. They are doing a really good job.
But they don't have the information to pull from.
But they are giving guidance from us, noise, water,
Okay.
buffers. So, and this is going to give a company, if we decide to hire, direction, a vision of what we have come up with. Not saying it might be more or less, but it gives them guardrails, it gives them a vision to work to that we have already been working
So do you
on.
want a text amendment for a third-party company?
We could draft that language.
You could draft
Yeah.
that same way and have it with that amendments that come back with us in 30 days.
So
I'm okay with that, so within 30 days.
But like I say, all these, you're going to have staff working, spending time and energy on a text amendment that might not apply. So if you put a pause on and then directed staff to put in a text amendment to require them to have to go through this extra step.
But they still don't know what that step's going to be, whether it's water. So
It's
you
everything.
You might hire a firm that just goes.
No, you hire a firm that this is what they do. They assess data centers and the ramifications of data centers.
So let him bring that back on July 7th to see what firms are out there
Correct.
also
We can do that.
can be available to us.
Correct.
I agree.
Anything else you need from us today?
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
all very much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, takes us to public comment. To maintain decorum, the Board of County Commissioners adheres to established procedural rules first adopted in 1989 that are applied in a viewpoint-neutral way only to genuinely disruptive or threatening behavior. As an invited speaker addressing topics pertaining to county government, please observe the following guidelines. All remarks and conduct must be respectful and refrain from personal attacks, inflammatory language, or disruptive behavior. Prior to commencing your remarks, please state your full name for the record. Individual speakers are allocated 2 minutes. Designated representatives speaking on behalf of an organization or group are allotted 5 minutes. Individuals seeking to influence governmental decisions are categorized as lobbyists and are required to register with the Ethics Commission prior to their engagement with the board. Do we have a list of speakers?
Yes, we do. First speaker up is Patrick Flaherty.
Afternoon. Patrick Flaherty, candidate for 1st District. Though I'm only a candidate, I believe I'm here representing the will of the people. This board has gone into executive sessions 24 times over the past 2 years to discuss data centers. You have met repeatedly with representatives from Natelli, Rowan Green, AWS, and Constellation. None of you can credibly claim ignorance about data centers. None of you can say you need more information. You have known about these projects from the very beginning. For the record, here is the exact reason this board entered the executive session time after time, and I quote, to discuss a matter that concerns the proposal for a business or industrial organization to locate, expand, or remain in the state. This entire board has been actively negotiating and planning these projects behind closed doors while the public has been kept in the dark. This is a betrayal of public trust. What we have witnessed since the outing of information is nothing more than political theater. Each of you have simply been playing your assigned role in the election year, playing good commissioner and bad commissioner. Enough. No more keeping people in the dark. No more half-truths. No more prevaricating. The county deserves and demands transparency. One of you need to make a motion that I emailed to you about a month ago now, to repeal and delete all reference to data centers from the zoning ordinance. Repeal the zoning that expanded heavy industrial and light industrial to uses in all locations and return affected properties to their prior zoning designations. Clearly define a warehouse and similar uses and explicitly exclude data centers and server farms, and ensure no grandfathering of any pending data center applications. Your past actions have consequences, which will be revealed on June 23rd. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Megan Fearinger from Lusby. Please state if you'll be speaking as an individual or as a group.
I'll be independent. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, County Commissioners. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. First Amendment, United States Bill of Rights. While this isn't Congress, I want to emphasize the last bit of that amendment, that this right allows citizens to petition to discuss grievances known to the government, seek solutions, and demand political change through lawsuits, protests, or direct contact with elected officials. The data center conversation has made at least 3 of you very mad. You want us to stop talking about it. You're over it. Lusby, Northern Calvert, Southern Calvert. We're all just complaining about things as we're agro-tourist county has no solutions to bring in tax revenue. So selling out to big tech is the best thing that we need to do to get revenue, and we just need to let it happen. But we've continued to be loud. I want you to consider with your text amendments and the enforcement of them of what they actually look like. If a resident is building a structure in Calvert County or violates or doesn't follow through with those expectations that hurt little to no one on their property, they're either told to remove their structure or face a large monetary penalty. For everyday citizens in today's economy, that is detrimental either way, and they'd have to comply and tear things down. But also, that is the consequence for not following the rules. You do it wrong, you get punished. Well, what about the data center owners? If a violation occurs that causes harm to a mass number of residents, will they just get a slap on the wrist and a fine? Let's say that that fine is $50,000, which to them is pocket change. They'll run through their credit card and they'll continue to go about their day. They won't be asked to remove things or fix them because they just have the money to throw it into the pit and keep business as usual. Because remember, profit over people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Jeff Dixon from Lusby.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jeff Dixon from Lusby. Here we are again. Same usual stuff. We're talking about noise, noise, noise. One of the things I want to talk about is we have 2 different data centers, and their construction is different. One has 4 buildings, one has 7 or 8, and they also have a different generators. One will have 100, one will have almost 200. The noise will be different. How are you going to regulate 2 different sounds when one has more than the other? My other point is schools. I mean, the restriction on the schools sounds great or whatever, but what about the people that have homes? Well, like I said, in the past, I lived by Dominion, and the sound travels. I mean, I live almost a mile away, and it's about 5,280 feet. Your setback of 500 feet is a joke. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Kat Decker, Lusby.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Wow, we have a new person on board. Welcome.
Can you please identify, are you going to be speaking on behalf of yourself or a group?
Kathy Decker, speaking on behalf of Calvert Citizens for Student Safety and Responsible Development. The residents of Calvert County have spent months asking for transparency and protection regarding the data center development, yet here we are, getting none. We have asked for a pause, a moment to breathe, a moment to study how we are straining our power grid, permanent scarring of our environment, and our safety of our children in their schools while you work through the slow process of zoning amendments. Instead, we are met with silence. Text amendments are not codified, therefore they are not enforceable. These text amendments are nothing more than a smokescreen. They are a distraction designed to buy developers the time they need to secure their footholds, while you intentionally avoid the real solution, a moratorium. The implementation of a moratorium and drafting of the zoning text amendments are not mutually exclusive regulatory actions. They are not an either-or proposition. There is no legal or procedural bar to running these measures concurrently. In fact, the use of a moratorium in tandem with text amendments is recognizable exercise of your police power, a tool designed specifically to protect the public while policy is being refined. It is the only responsible way to preserve the status quo while you assess the long-term impacts of the infrastructure, environment, and health. By choosing to reject this dual process approach, you are not following a legal mandate. You are making a discretionary and deeply flawed policy decision to forego necessary public safeguards. Refusing to implement a moratorium is not a legal constraint. It is a deliberate act of negligence. You are consciously choosing to leave our community defenseless, which constitutes a profound breach of your fiduciary duty to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people. It is not too late to do the right thing. Continuing down this path, knowing the risks we have laid out, is a choice to fail this community. Choose to stop now, however, would be a choice to lead. Stop the moratorium. Stop the momentum and implement a moratorium. I made this flyer here today. I'm sure you guys know who this is. This is Bernie Fowler. He spent his life protecting the Patuxent River, this land, and the integrity of this county. He knew that the health and community was not something you could trade away for short-term gain. If Bernie was standing here today, he would demand a pause. He would refuse to let our future be decided by backroom urgency rather than public safety. This was a man who truly stood for Calvert County. Bernie loved the Patuxent in this county, and he fought to preserve them until his last days, living out the motto he repeated often: never, never, never give up. It is a shame that when faced with a crisis of this magnitude, you refuse to take a lesson from a man who knew what service meant. These aren't just historical facts on this flyer. They are standards by which the community measures a person who truly cared and loved this county. The community builder, he didn't lead over the people, he led with the people. His leadership began in Brooms Island, listening to the people and everyday residents. The river's conscious. In 1988, he started the Sneaker Index to fight for the Patuxent, famously saying, "When the bay goes, the heart of Maryland stops beating." That's worth saying again. When the bay goes, the heart of Maryland stops beating. I'm asking you to follow Bernie's example. In closing, I invite everybody in this room to honor Bernie at the 38th annual Wade In. It's a time to remember the legendary champion of our environment and to stand together for the future of our waters. It will be on Sunday, June 14th from 12 to 3 p.m. and the main Wade In will take place at 1 p.m. We will carry his spirit forward. And because like Bernie, we will never, never, never give up. Thank you.
Next speaker, Sherry Verdon with the Marley Run HOA.
Hello, can I ask a quick question before I introduce myself just to the attorney for clarification? I know last time, Mr. Hans, you had asked.
Can you please speak into the mic so people can hear you?
Sure, I haven't started my comment yet.
I haven't started your time. I just want to make sure people can hear you.
Thank you. I know that last time Commissioner Hans did ask the attorney about some legalities behind the zoning changes. So I would like to know if that question had ever been answered, and potentially that could be something discussed as we move forward, okay? And so I'll introduce myself, and then if you want to start the clock, it does help to have that clock up there to see. Perfect. Okay, 1 second here. Okay, so before you start, I'm Sherry Verdon with the Marley Run HOA. I think you guys know that by now. Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Verdon. I am a resident homeowner business owner, realtor, former new home construction sales manager for a local builder and developer, and someone who has spent years helping families invest their futures right here in Calvert County. I understand growth. I understand development. I understand infrastructure. And I understand that major change rarely happens because of a single vote. It happens through a series of decisions. One amendment, one budget item, one infrastructure project, one development right, one zoning change, one policy decision at a time. That is why today's agenda concerns me. At first glance, it appeared to be a collection of unrelated topics. Transferred development rights, economic development projects, bond and financing discussions, site plan review processes, environmental commission recommendations, data center text amendments. But these are not separate conversations. These are all conversations about the future of Calvert County. And that brings me to what I believe is one of the most important questions before this board. What is the urgency? Why the rush? Because there are other options. We can pause. We can study. We can evaluate. We can answer questions. We can complete the comprehensive plan process. We can fully understand the long-term impacts before making decisions that may affect this county for generations. Or we can stop altogether. That is not anti-growth. That is responsible planning. Today, the Environmental Commission has recommended caution, additional study, and a pause before moving forward with major data center-related decisions. At the same time, the Planning Commission is discussing larger setbacks, expanded buffers, additional noise protections, additional traffic protections, monitoring requirements, decommissioning requirements, financial guarantees, and additional review. What does that tell us? It tells us that there are still questions that need answers. It tells us there is still information that needs to be gathered. It tells us there are still impacts that need to be understood. And if that is true, then a pause remains an option. Nothing about a pause prevents future action, but moving forward before these questions are answered creates consequences that may last for generations. What troubles many residents is not simply the proposal itself, it is also the process. Many residents are left wondering how much of this they would have ever known had they not gone looking for it themselves. How much information came to light through Public Information Act requests only? The NDAs, the ENRAs? How much of what we now know was discovered through independent research? How much was pieced together through public records, meeting recordings, and publicly available information that residents had to find out on their own? If citizens had not done that work, where would we be today? Would we be having this discussion, or would we simply be further down the road before many residents even understood what was happening? Transparency should not be depending on residents accidentally discovering information. The future of a community should not have to be uncovered. It should be carefully explained. And I also want to address something that was said today regarding the amount of work that county staff has invested in these efforts. I respect the work, obviously. We have all been working very hard too, with no salary or benefits paid to us for doing so. We do this in addition to that. Should we have to? I've been doing it for 4 years. Should we have to? The residents are not questioning that effort. They are questioning outcomes. They're questioning assumptions. They're questioning impacts. Public scrutiny is not a personal attack. It is part of a public service. Taxpayers fund this government. We fund these departments. We fund these salaries. And taxpayers have every right to ask questions before permanent decisions are made. In fact, if substantial work had been invested and the public did not fully understand the implications, and that project later changes because of public input, The lesson is not that the residents ask too many questions. I'll finish the rest online later if y'all would like to check it out. I've got about 30 seconds left. Thank you.
Next speaker, Nick Corazonzo from Port Republic.
Couldn't hear you.
The next speaker is Nick Corazonzo from Port Republic. Could you please let us know if you're speaking as an individual or as a group?
I can, and I am. I'm speaking for Southern Maryland for All.
Perfect.
I'm Nick Graziano. I'd like to accomplish the following, slightly changed because of the vote about 90 minutes ago. Attract voters to be against this development without proper screening, pause that data center development, and require independent reviewers that aren't under the thumbs of the commissioners or the county, show that Southern Maryland actually is beautiful right now, but will be permanently marred with this, show how the citizens how beautiful Calvert County is and that it's vital for its water rights, and describe some fish and animal kills that have recently happened right near the power plant, and describe some of the problems. I'll do this quickly. First of all, I want you to imagine that you're coming across the Thomas Johnson Bridge like I did this morning after an appointment I had over there. And as you're driving over that bridge, you see this beautiful water vista. Now, I'm going to use information from your website regarding tourism and regarding the statistics for Calvert County now. As you come into the smallest county in Maryland, and one of the smaller ones in the U.S., you realize that you have a much higher percentage of water and obviously water recreation, jobs, and so on. And imagine now coming over that same thing, instead of seeing this beautiful vista, seeing two large concrete data center campuses, because that's what you'll be seeing. Two large, very large, did I say large, campuses of concrete that will come out and they will rise. Now, your figures, there are 165 miles of shoreline. We have here in Calvert County much more shoreline than most any other place in the U.S. compared in terms of the county. And southern part of Calvert has much more than the rest of the county. So imagine the change that will happen as we start trying to sell Calvert continued. Shall we, in the video that we show on tourism, show that view that we're going to come over and just now use AI and put these huge data concrete campuses in there as part of the tourism? Should we do that? Because that's actually what you're going to have. And by the way, you've changed your phone every 5 or 6 years. These data centers also are advancing in 5 or 6 years, 8 years. You will actually be laughed at because you went ahead with this and they are literally going bankrupt, walking away from these two campuses, and you will have nothing. Maybe you have a few $1 million that you say you have to decommission them with. That's nothing compared with the cost it'll take, and you will never get Calvert County back after you do this. I only have a little bit of time, so I'm just going to touch on one thing I mentioned already. There were 3 fish and animal kills at the Calvert Cliffs power plant in February and January of this year. There were hundreds of fish, not just one, but hundreds. Crabs animals, birds. This is not a small thing. We're not talking about a little thing, and now we want to make that area that can cause these problems much, much larger than it already is. Wow. I can't use the rest of my time efficiently enough to describe all of that. So I'm just going to summarize. I don't know anymore that we can change a few people's minds in order to make this right, but we will continue trying through many means to make it happen the way we want, not the way you want.
Next speaker, Patty Stuckler.
Patty Stuckler, candidate for County Commissioner at large.
Will you be speaking as an individual or as a group?
As an individual.
Perfect.
So this message is actually for all the residents who are very unhappy right now and who do not want data centers, and they feel defeated. Data centers are not a done deal. Okay? They are not a done deal, and do not believe anyone who tells you otherwise. Okay? We've just watched now for the 5th time 3 county commissioners, Hance, Ireland, and Cox. For 5 times now, you have voted no against a common sense moratorium. Well, I got news for you. The county is coming together. People are coming together from all parts of the county, all parties, and we will win. We will vote you out this month. And I got another thing to tell you, too. Commissioner Cox, your flippant comments earlier this morning to the Environmental Commission about sitting on a beach, listening to the waves and the surf, and comparing that to infrasound, a very dangerous health risk from data centers, is the epitome of disrespect to the residents. Thank you.
Next speaker, Kenneth Lee.
Good afternoon. I'm Kenneth Lee from Huntingtown, Maryland.
Were you speaking as an individual or a group?
I'm speaking as an individual.
Perfect. Thank you.
I can't believe you 3 guys. I really can't. It's disgusting. It's a letdown, and you really don't need to be holding this office. You 3 guys right there. You keep putting this down. You're not listening to the people here at all. I got a couple things though. This building that we're sitting in, I was told it was $40 million. I was told it was $50 million. Recently, I was told it was $64 million. What's the price on this building? We're running out of money, but we got a lot of money for this building. And how much of this building did we finance? How much of it was financed? Can't get an answer. And then you tell us to trust you. We've trusted you for a long time until you started with the NDAs. Oh, I'm sorry, the confidentiality agreements, because you didn't sign any NDAs. You 3 guys really need to wake up. You want us to trust you again with signing these amendments that you're going to have to vote on. And we're supposed to trust you again to vote on these amendments. It's not happening, guys. The trust is gone. There's no transparency here. These 2 on the ends here have tried and tried and tried. And all you do is just shoot them down every time. And you can't even look at the people when they're talking to you. Every one of you are looking in different directions. I was always told when I was growing up, look somebody in the eye when they're talking to you. You get a lot more respect that way, but you guys can't seem to do that. The other thing is we're paying for more attorneys now. Why do we need extra attorneys here? Is there a reason for that? And who is paying for these attorneys? Are we paying for these attorneys? Are they for our well-being or for your well-being? It looks like, to me, it's for your guys' well-being. And the last thing I got to say is you're getting ready to open up Pandora's box here. And once it's open, you can't close it. And is this the legacy you want for your grandchildren? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ed Winters from St. Leonard.
I'm speaking as an individual and a character. Ed Winters from St. Leonard Shores. Moved here, bought a house. My beautiful wife and I expected to retire in a peaceful, quiet community and not have to worry about carcinogens, light, noise, and vibrations and all this other pollution. And apparently we're going to have to worry. I wanted to, not really a technology guy, but the Environmental Commission talked about a 35 decibel limit in schools. And the limits I heard in the text amendment were 45. Well, double the noise from 35 is not 70. If you go 3 dB up from the 35, that's a physical double of the power and is perceived as louder. 10 dBs, the difference between the 35 and the 45 decibel limits, is perceived as exactly twice as loud and physically multiplies sound energy by 10. 20 decibels, which would be 55 decibels, is perceived as 4 times louder, physically multiplies the sound energy by 100. So sound is a logarithmic scale. I'm not an expert, but that's what I have to say about sound, not the rest of the pollution and stuff. I would like to hear the 3 commissioners who voted no expound on your reasons in detail and convince us that you are correct and change our minds, since we can't seem to change yours. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mrs. Myra Gowans. Will you be speaking as an individual or
I'm
group?
going to speak for Calvert Citizens United.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to tell you something I garnered from your comments this morning about Moody's. I've worked with Moody's for 40 years, and I can tell you that you all are in an enormous ability to change their minds and get back your AAA rating. And how you do that is by showing them how much money you have in that special box presentation. You tell them that you are the smallest county in Maryland and the 5th smallest county in the whole United States. That you all, we here, face, and we are the background and everything, and we're the holder of the environment on the Chesapeake Bay. The Chesapeake Bay, you tell them, has 365 different species of fish. How do I know this? Is because Senator Bernie Fowler told us this and made the bay healthy. Now, the other thing I want to let you know is that in your site development plans and things that you have, you can get Moody's to change their minds, and they will listen to you. Now, the other thing I want to tell you is Dr. Miller has been gone for 5 months. Dr. Miller is down at the biolab, the Chesapeake Biolab. I called him up. He's in Europe. He's back home in the UK. And I told him what was going on. He didn't even know anything about the data centers. Have you all not spoken to him? He's worried about killing the fish, the population of fish. We could feed the world's population off of the Chesapeake Bay. Now, the other thing I want to tell you is this. 3 of you got the benefit of the unions in the last election. How do I know this? They told me, okay? They sat and looked in my face and told me. And they told Buddy, spread it around. by votes. Give the money to the candidates that you want on your side. Do whatever you want to do with this money. It's yours. Now, you don't even need to pay it back. It's all yours. It's in the brown bag. Now, I submit to you right now that is why you don't listen to anybody in this audience. You don't want to fool with the unions, I can tell you. You don't want to fool with the level of the unions that you all took the money from. That is why you won't even give any consideration to what Mike Hart has been begging you for. Personally, I say you're gutless. However, I handle my business differently than you all do. What you need to do right now, buddy, to get yourself out of this quagmire that you're in, give them the brown bag with the money, give it back to the union, and tell them, I couldn't make it go. The citizens climbed my backside and pounded me on my head. I'm going to lose. I'm going to lose this election. Todd, Mark, and I are going to lose because we couldn't make the deal go through for you. Please, take the money back. And I guarantee you that still won't give you your seats back because you have abandoned us. You have abandoned all the principles of Senator Bernie Fowler, who was our senior advisor for Calvert Citizens United. I'm closing now, but what I would tell you is definitely get a hold of Moody's so that you can get your financing cured with them. They'll help you.
Next speaker, Adam Debetsky from Anne Arundel County. Adam?
I wish I could get Moody's to change my credit rating. It's terrible.
Will you be speaking as an individual or as a group?
I'm speaking as an individual, so I'll try to get through this pretty quickly. I don't live in the county. I live in Anne Arundel County. I work in environmental advocacy and renewable energy development, so I would strongly suggest you check whatever I say for my facts and double check to make sure it's accurate. And likewise, I would also suggest you go back and check everybody else too. You know, the word trust has been brought up a lot. It's important. And I also think that it's worth taking another look at the Environmental Commission report as well. I just started going through this today during the hearing. You know, the 1,000-acre forest claim is in there a couple of different times. It seems like it's more than a typo. It also, on their section on sound, it includes a debunked conspiracy theory about electromagnetic fields, which in this quote it calls a horrendous impact. That would be the impact of power lines on people, and there's absolutely no evidence for that. That's on page 8, paragraph 1. It also suggests that AWS buy any house within a mile for double its value and cover 100% of the moving costs. What that would simply do is create an unbelievable housing drive. I'd move to the county too within a mile of the facility. It would drive housing prices through the roof. It would crank up property taxes through the roof, and you'd have a very, very bad housing and affordability crisis within the county if that was to happen. That's on page 24. Also, data centers were in fact around a long time before Facebook. Clearly AI is driving them, but they've been around for a very long time. Now about water temperature and usage. I'll try to get through this. The old design data centers used about 300 to 500,000 gallons per day of water. That was about 80 degrees. This current design they're talking about uses much less, and it draws it from the 2.4 million gallons per minute that the reactor uses. That water coming out of the reactor is 600 degrees. The water coming off the data center is somewhere around 80, less than a bathtub. So the idea that it would impact the Bay in any meaningful way, I find it hard to justify.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Next speaker, Ann Sledge. Is Ann here? Ann? Yep, come on up to the mic.
Sorry, I didn't hear my name. Good afternoon. I know it's been a long day. My name's Ann Perrin Sledge, and I live in Lusby.
Will you be speaking as an individual or as a group?
As an individual.
Thank you.
So I know that it's like we're at the fork in the road, a real pivotal point in our history. And you guys are somehow holding on to the power. The Environmental Commission has worked tirelessly on getting this together, and there are a lot of concerns. I'm going to just try to, and I hope that you do look into the studies, and if there's some flaws, comb them out. But I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to just address pollution. I was a reading specialist in the 90s, and autism was just coming sort of to the surface of people's awareness. At that time, there were like 1 in 150 kids had some kind of neurological difference in their learning capability. I was at a conference in Texas, and because of the oil refineries and the gas down there, there was an overlay of large pockets of children who were suffering with, they were on the spectrum. The mayor of Houston got up and in front of almost 500 educators started to cry because one of his children had committed suicide because the father did not understand how individualized people's brains are and how susceptible they are to toxins. And he was aware of the vulnerability of pregnant women to environmental toxins in utero. The fetuses and the male fetuses are more susceptible than the females. So think about air pollution and the consequences. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Andrea Smith from Chesapeake Beach.
Hello, Commissioners.
Will you be speaking as an individual or a group today?
Individual,
Okay.
sorry. Andrea Smith, Chesapeake Beach, speaking on behalf of myself. I was here last month. I've spoken a couple of times. I came with my 2 children. They spoke as well. And first I want to say that when I was here last time, I did suggest that you all start moving north and giving this information out, to which no one has been up there yet. So that's extremely disappointing. The north part of the county still is very unaware of what's happening here. So I took it upon myself to organize my own forum, and so that will be happening June 11th at the Twin Beach Library. And there will be a presentation. And it will also be a community care event where people can swap books and bring food items for the food pantry that is at the library. So because you all will not be doing it yourselves, we're going to do it as a community. Next, I want to thank the Environmental Commission for volunteering their time to put together an amazing presentation. And I don't know whoever that guy was, but you're from Anne Arundel County, so we don't need you here. I do want to thank Commissioners Grasso and Hart for continuing to advocate for us that do want a moratorium. I really appreciate that. But that word seems to be really getting a bad rap right now. And in Commissioner Hance's words, I just don't like it. So I'm going to provide you with some other words that you can use to get through this obvious legality that you signed where you can't use that word. So, in suspension, temporary inactivity, recession, suspended animation, that one's fun, inaction, standstill, holding pattern, slumber. I like that one. There's more. I think you can read a thesaurus at this point, so maybe just read up on that. Thank you.
Andrea.
Next speaker, Catherine Meany.
Excuse me, Andrea. I wanted to let you know, you did ask me about putting something together. I jumped right on it that same day, and our administrator has been in contact with Natalie and AWS. Unfortunately, they are unable to give us a time until like the 3rd or 4th week in June. So it's in the works. I did not forget about you.
We don't need them. It's okay.
Okay, and thank you for pulling yours together. It'll help the people.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Catherine Maney with the Calvert Chamber, President and CEO. Thank you. For those of you that don't know, the Calvert County Chamber is not a part of the Calvert County government. We are a nonpartisan membership organization that represents businesses of all sizes, but over 70% of our members are small businesses ranging from 1 to 20 employees. Many of those are solopreneurs or mom and pop businesses here in our community. The Chamber stands on 3 pillars: educate, advocate, and connect. It is 2 of those pillars today, advocate and educate, for businesses, that has me speaking to you today. During public comment on March 24th at the Board of County Commissioners meeting, I encouraged everyone to attend informational meetings, conduct their own research, and gather accurate information before forming conclusions. Unfortunately, I haven't seen a lot of that. But there's been a lot of misinformation, speculation, and in some cases, personal attacks on individuals who are simply carrying out their professional responsibilities. I'm not here to change anyone's mind. I am here to advocate for facts, transparency, and informed decision-making. Those who genuinely seek accurate information deserve access to it. Here's the reality. I know you think what happens in Annapolis here's the reality. What happens in Annapolis does not stay in Annapolis. It directly impacts the residents and businesses of Calvert County. While we may prefer to think otherwise, state-level decisions have local consequences. Maryland lawmakers are currently facing a $3 billion deficit, and believe me when I tell you, it will continue to grow. As state funding decreases, counties will be required to do more with fewer resources. Our local leaders will face difficult decisions as they work to maintain essential services that we all use and depend on, such as public safety, emergency response, education, infrastructure, and transportation. Ultimately, those financial pressures will fall on residents and businesses through increased taxes, fees, or reductions in services, the things we rely on every day to do our job and to live our lives. With that in mind, the search for a revenue source to help the people of Calvert is understandable. Now I would like to address the education part, where we go to some of the misinformation. For those of you that were not paying attention, this all started October 22nd of 2024. It was a regular Board of County Commissioners meeting. It was videotaped, where we had Josh Levy, president of the Data Center Coalition, delivered a 60-minute presentation outlining the data center industry, its economic impact, and its future trends. This is public record. Our 5 county commissioners were there, and you can view it to see exactly what those trends are and see where all of this started. There has been complete transparency if we're paying attention. Also, anyone interested in reviewing any of the timelines or anything else, you can see it all on the county website. There have also been claims that revisions to the comprehensive plan or zoning ordinances have been made secretly or without public input. That's also not accurate. Planning Commission and planning zoning meetings are publicly advertised and open to all residents. Also, the Chamber includes these events in our weekly newsletters. Public comments are invited and encouraged throughout the process. In fact, the commissioners have encouraged input during their weekly meetings and asked you to attend. That's what I'm talking about. Environmental sound, traffic, and other regulatory concerns must be addressed through established review procedures. It's understandable. We all want that. Projects that do not meet applicable requirements do not move forward. I understand there's a lot of work still to be done, and I'm not saying it's over. All I'm saying is, if it's low residential growth you're looking for, tax revenue generated by data centers makes it possible while having minimal impact on traffic, schools, and public safety services. As an organization committed to supporting economic growth and long-term stability for our business community and all of Calvert County, we believe it is important to objectively evaluate opportunities that may strengthen our local economy. Additional revenue generated through responsible economic development has the potential to create well-paying jobs for current residents and future generations. It can provide resources to strengthen our schools, support our first responders and emergency services, and our infrastructure, and help reduce financial pressures on our taxpayers. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Pam Warner.
I'm speaking on myself. My name's Pam Warner. I live in Huntingtown. Others have spoken today about the scientific concerns with data centers, the inequity, lack of transparency, the schools, the noise, the electricity, the environment. I'm going to address the politics. There is a petition that calls on the board to support and adopt a 2-year moratorium on new data center development. When that petition was sent to the board yesterday, there were 5,101 signatures. As of this afternoon, it's at 5,459. That may not sound like a lot, but that's roughly the equivalent of what any of you received in the 2022 primary election. In the 2022 primary election, Commissioner Hance received 2,400 more votes than the two unsuccessful Republican opponents. Commissioner Ireland received 1,800 more votes than his opponents. In District 1, Commissioner Hart received 4,796 votes. In District 2, Commissioner Cox received 5,099 votes. In District 3, Commissioner Grasso received 5,139 votes. All victories less than the over 5,000 people who have signed that moratorium petition, far more than any fringe group, as we have been called. And I don't think that someone that went to the effort to sign that petition is going to consider voting for someone adamantly opposed to a moratorium, who, when we have these votes, you don't even deign us with a discussion of it. Thank you.
Next speaker, Claire Rothera from Lesby.
Hello, I'm Claire Rothera. I live in Leslie, Maryland. My family has been in Calvert County since the 1600s.
Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or group?
I'm speaking on behalf of myself.
Thank you.
So I would like to address something that I haven't really heard anyone talk about yet, and that is the fact that somebody did mention that there will be 100 diesel generators with one plant, with one data center, and 200 generators with the other. Now, these have to run during peak electric times. That means this summer, when the AC is on in our houses, these diesel generators are going to be running. They're very loud. They also put out nitrogen and carbon monoxide in a particulate form that then falls down onto the land and destroys crops. And it gets into our waterway, and it kills fishes. It destroys our water, causes dead zones. So if you're thinking that noise is the problem, you need to think about the fact that these generators would be running, putting particulate out. By the way, these also cause lung disease, heart disease, and asthma for the people who are around them. So you'll be destroying the farm fields, our water, and our fisheries, and you'll be causing heart disease, lung disease, and asthma by having these giant generators, 300 total, in a very small part of the county, which is surrounded by water. St. Leonard Creek, Helen Creek, the Patuxent River, and the Bay. So I think we all need to think, are we really ready to destroy Calvert County with this proposed data center? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Margaret Dow, Sunderland.
Margaret Dow, Sunderland, speaking for myself. We truly have a data center mess. Tech giants are in a heated race to dominate the AI world. Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Meta are snapping up rural land for centers, preferably land near a power plant or with a reliable power grid in place. Calvert County is now slated to be a victim of this blatant power grab. These tech giants have prioritized deployment speed over the lengthy timelines needed to figure out possible harm to the environment and to humanity. Their message is they cannot wait. And given our board's rejection of even a 6-month moratorium, we can assume that they are pleasing and in service of the tech gods. There is so much wrong with this scenario, but let's take a look at one item, a warning. PJM is struggling. PJM is the company that interconnects the power grid, the company that keeps our lights on. On May 17th, a couple weeks ago, they filed a request for emergency order with the U.S. Department of Energy. They filed prior to those 90-plus degree days in May to warn data centers to immediately utilize backup power so that residents could use air conditioners without creating outages. Today, adding any extra data centers to this fragile mix is just not smart. Let's do a little metaphor. There's a brush fire in Prince Frederick. Our fire department tries to put the fire out, but you're on the sidelines throwing wood into the fire, keeping it inflamed, to the point of doing damage. Adding more data centers now would be like stoking the fire. It's irresponsible. And speaking of irresponsible, truth be told, the tech giants compromised you and moved forward without thinking this data center thing through. Seriously, unless you have signed something else to get us in more trouble, it might be helpful to focus on something as simple as our air conditioning, make it a priority, and do a hard no to data centers. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ernie Shiflett from Lusby.
Good afternoon. Ernie Shiflett, I'll be speaking for myself. Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ernest Shiflett, and my wife and I own 40 acres on Camp Canoy Road. I just wanted to take a minute to give you some background information on the text amendment proposals from an adjacent landowner perspective. So Constellation had a noise study performed back in 2007, which showed average daily noise levels at 36 decibels on Camp Canoy Road at their property line. We sat on our front porch the other morning at rush hour time, and we recorded 35 decibels. So not much has changed in the past 20 years, and I believe that we should make any data centers come to the area meet that standard. This brings me to setback. The proposals currently recommend an increase to 1,200 feet. I'm asking that this continues to be from the property line and not from a residence. When we purchased our property, our plan was to allocate buildable lots to both our sons, helping them in the home ownership process. Depending on data center construction and setbacks, this may or may not be a viable plan in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Barbara Warner, Lusby.
I'm speaking as an individual. Good afternoon. I'm Barbara Warner, a longtime resident of Calvert County, District 1, Lusby, and a current at-large candidate for commissioner. If there is no way to stop data centers, we must get these text amendments right. This may be our strongest opportunity to protect our county, our residents, and our future. Without text amendments in place, we are vulnerable. On to the text amendments. The drilling of wells needs to be more specific. It should be the prohibiting of drilling wells that extract water from our aquifers and the prohibiting of tapping into existing wells. We need to close any loopholes on our water. My text amendment would be that we require the data centers to use the most up-to-date geothermal cooling system. Information shows these systems can significantly reduce energy consumption, lower carbon emissions, minimize water usage, decrease strain on the power grid, provides more consistent performance across varying climates, and reduces urban heat islands. The compliance standards must include meaningful enforcement measures. Monetary penalties will not be enough for billion-dollar companies. There's a lot of emotions in this room and across social media, and rightfully so. But we need to remember who we are as a community. We need to return to the Calvert County I grew up in, respectful of others even when we disagree. Please be mindful of others' feelings. We can disagree without resorting to personal attacks and hate. We need more civility. Everyone, and I mean everyone, needs to stop disrespecting staff. They didn't create this problem. They are doing their jobs to the best of their ability under extreme circumstances. Just be kind, just be nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Allison Sigler, Port Republic.
I'm speaking as an individual. I would like to refer back to the Board of County Commissioners meeting held on May 5th, 2026. At the end of the meeting, after the public comments, Commissioner Hance made a motion concerning text amendments. Commissioner Hance and Commissioner Hart had a lengthy exchange of words about the motion. Before Commissioner Hart would vote for the motion, he continuously questioned Commissioner Hance. I will share a portion of the verbal exchange, which can be found starting at the 3-hour and 22-minute mark on the recorded video of the May 5th meeting. Commissioner Hart said, and I quote, "On the record in front of you all, and the commitment is we can walk away from this at any time, to tell the data centers, hey, sorry about it, we don't want your business here. The scientists, the environmental people, the people that do this, if they deem these things are not safe for any given reason, they're too close, they're too loud, they're too anything, they just have to take their business outside of Calvert," end quote. Commissioner Hance replied, quote, "Yeah," end quote. Commissioner Hart questioned, quote, "That's what we're doing," end quote. Commissioner Hance replied, quote, "Yeah," and included a head nod to go with a yes. So Commissioner Hance, we're going to hold you to your yeah and nod and your head nod, yes. It is time to tell the data centers it is not going to work out here in Calvert County based on the extensive work done by the Environmental Commission and the immense amount of information needed. Our people's physical and mental health, our natural resources, our small peninsula of a county that is too important to have data centers destroy our lives and our land. Commissioners, find your revenue elsewhere.
Next speaker, Dylan Johnson, St. Leonard.
Hey, I'm Dylan Johnson, St. Leonard,
Are you speaking as an individual or group?
the silent majority of Calvert County group. As you can tell from all the laughing and hysteria behind us, I'm going to get to that. Because I get a ton of feedback by the majority of the Stop Data Center crowd, right? On Facebook here, all that good stuff. That's fine. They all think I'm for data centers. I'm not at all. I think I've said it repeatedly. I've told all of them that. What I am for is the factual information, okay? If we want to fight these things and we want to put text amendments in place, we got to get the real world data and the evidence to support these text amendments. Not just say moratorium 100 times, not just give synonyms to moratorium. None of that clearly is going to work. I don't know if anyone's paying attention. They voted it down 5 times. I think someone already mentioned that. So if we want to make a difference, let's talk to the people, right? The Environmental Commission just sat up here and said they have no idea either. The two on the end sit here and say they have no idea. Well, I'm here to ask you, what have you done to figure it out? Have we talked to anybody that works at them? Have we talked to anybody that builds them? Have we talked to anybody that builds any system within the data center? Have we done any of that? Because nowhere in that Environmental Commission report did I see any studies from people who actually build them. It's one thing to go to a university and follow a study and go to any other state you want that has a data center and follow a study, but it has been said multiple times here, this is a very site-specific issue, right? Because we have the Bay. No one else has the Bay, right? Other than Delaware and all that. I'm sure they're going to put a data center eventually. The fact of the matter is they're site-specific. No one does that. But if we want to talk about university studies, I implore the Environmental Commission to go look into the University of Illinois. They just provided a study with a bunch of thin as a human hair copper sheathing that reduces water usage by 60% and drops the temperature of data chips and data center by up to 38%. So if we're worried about heat islands and stuff like that, let's start looking into some, studies that don't just follow your agenda, your personal agendas. Okay? And while we're on that topic with personal agendas, to sit up here today as a 32-year-old, I want to sit here and watch how government works, right? I'm here, I wanted to get involved because I thought I could provide some insight into certain areas. I'm not an expert in data centers either, okay? But to sit here and watch how government works and watch that commission sit up there and not only disrespect county commissioners who are voted into their position, and you can call it public accountability or whatever you want, it's just flat out disrespectful. You could have talked to them outside of here, but you want to sit here and do it publicly for your 5 minutes of fame or whatever it was. And then you turn around and you disrespect the staff that works here every day. It's their full-time job. You sit there and you say, my job is a doctor and I teach here and I teach this. Okay, cool. No one comes to your school and disrespects your teaching style, but you're going to come into their place of employment and disrespect them in a manner for the public works director, the planning and zoning director, who is laying it out to you, but it doesn't fit your agenda, so you don't want to hear it. Don't come out here and just disrespect county employees for no reason. It's disgusting. That's not what we should be teaching the next generation, how government works. And with the text amendments, we need to be the example. I've said that a million times. I'm not for data centers either, if they don't meet the requirements we set forth. But I implore you to go out and talk to the blue-collar people. Every union rep goes to all these data center meetings. Everybody in those unions, we want to talk about unions, right? And employment and all that good stuff. Go talk to them. Ask them about the latest, greatest designs for HVAC, for whatever your concerns are, and see what it is. It's literally that simple. But instead of communicating, if we don't fall into this whole echo chamber of what everyone else wants to hear, just like they cheered for everyone else and they clapped and everything, I guarantee you when I turn around and walk out here, I won't get no claps. Right? So why don't we teach the next generation how to communicate like adults again? And it shouldn't take the youngest one in the crowd, the 32-year-old, to tell a bunch of old adults that. Thank you.
Next speaker, Sheila Line, Port Republic. Leela Sheline, Port Republic.
Good afternoon. I just have a couple of comments. I'm for myself. A couple of comments on some things that were mentioned here today. With regard to data center heat island effect, there's some questions about that. Obviously, there's no one single impact that's going to apply to every site, and I think you all probably know that. It's going to change. The impacts will change based on construction, technology, geography, topography, etc. The reference study that's just recently was produced in April was based on data aggregated from 8,742 data centers over a period of 20 years from around the world. That is a very robust study, and its conclusions should not be diminished. Just putting that out there. Secondly, those of you here who are really pushing for these data centers have been asking questions that we don't have answers for yet. Speaks a little bit to what this young man was just saying. There's a lot of stuff that we don't know because it hasn't been properly studied yet. But you're implying to me, the way I feel is that this shows our ignorance because we don't have those answers. And yet you all are willing to make a decision, an impactful decision, in an information vacuum. And that, to me, shows ignorance, okay? Why won't you wait, gather more information, educate yourselves, and then make a more informed decision? And then lastly, and most importantly, I was shocked to see in today's, where's the timing thing? Oh, there it is. In today's presentation about the process, that there is nothing there about public hearings. true public hearings, not the public meetings held by Natelli and AWS. I am asking you here today, will you agree? It's amazing that with such magnitude, you're not holding any county public hearings. And I'm not talking about the 101 Data Centers Alliance thing that you did in November. So will you agree to hold multiple public hearings throughout the county before the concept plan has been approved? Will you offer that? Okay. One of you has. The rest of you apparently don't
Next
have any
speaker.
answers. Two of you have.
Allison Berry.
Hello, I'm just here as an individual. My name is Allison Berry. I've lived in Calvert, in Cove Point for the last 12 years with my family. It just boggles my mind that this is being considered. I've been so proud to live here, surrounded by so much natural beauty and so many great people. This should have been a hard no right out of the gate. Data centers give nothing to the people. They only extract from us. Extract our water, our electricity, and our personal data. When they have reached their limit, they expand and expand. Earlier today, Commissioner Ireland said something to the effect of, "It's happening no matter what." That is propaganda, which we also hear over and over again from AI and tech moguls to make us throw up our hands and accept whatever they want to do with our land, our resources, our health, our quality of life. The fact that 3 of you will not consider a moratorium after everything you've heard from the Environmental Commission tells us everything we need to know about whether your loyalties lie with your constituents or these mega corporations. Thank you.
Next speaker, Joanna Graves, Lusby.
Good afternoon. I wasn't going to speak. I came here to hear.
Are you speaking as an individual or as a
an
group?
individual.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've not attended these meetings before. I'm sorry to say. I sure will from now on. But I certainly can't compete with the amazing intelligence that's been brought here today. I really didn't realize till maybe a couple weeks ago about these data centers. I hate to say that. Sorry, guys. But and the research I've done, it's mind-boggling that I thought, how did we get here? But I will say this. I live on Cove Point Road. I live right practically a stone's throw from the gas plant. And I remember when all that came about. I remember when the power plant came about. And I thought, okay, well, when they expanded it, I thought, well, you know, you can't fight City Hall. And if this is the best, so be it. I kind of go along with things. Heck, I voted for every one of you. But I will say that one thing I noticed since that gas plant's been there, and I know this is, but the gas plant has the same things, nitrogen oxides and particulate matter. In my driveway, my husband, by the way, is a system safety analyst with the United States Navy. So, you know, sometimes he doesn't say much of anything, or, you know, just whatever. But I said, well, what is all this spots all over the window? You know, there are cars, new cars and things, and I'm sitting there scrubbing, trying to get it out. And he said, oh, it's from the, you know, the particulate from the, and I said, you mean there's stuff coming off of there that, you know, gets in the glass and doesn't come out? And yeah, well, you know, I mean, he's been out on ships forever, so he's dealt with drinking water with. So anyway, but let me try to stick on topic. I brought this. This is my, okay. I didn't pay attention to the time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, at this time, we have no more speakers, and here in the audience, we do have some online. I will turn it now over to Andrew Miller, who is our facilitator.
Good afternoon. The BOCC will now accommodate public comment by Teams and by telephone. Speakers will be limited to 2 minutes as individuals or 5 minutes if the designated representative of an organization. We currently have 3 users online with their hands up. If anyone else wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function on Teams or press *5 on your cell phone. Caller with the last 4 digits ending in 2706. We are ready to receive your comment.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Please state your name and if you will be speaking as an individual or as a group.
Sure. My name is Joe Young, live in Owings, and I'll be speaking on behalf of myself today.
Thank you.
All right, so I just want to take us back a little bit in time to before this data center thing, because as election season is coming upon us, with respect, Mr. Ireland, I want to go back to a social media post that you shared on November 8, 2022, and I will quote that. Quote, "I have lived in Calvert County my entire life and am proud to call this place my home. Whenever we visit another area, I always feel a sense of security when I cross the county line coming home. I will do my best to maintain the rural character of our county. I will do my best to keep Calvert County the safest county in the state of Maryland. I will do everything I can to protect the Chesapeake Bay, the Patuxent River, and their tributaries. Lastly, I want to ensure our children receive the best education they can. They're safe in our schools and parents are involved in the curriculum they are taught. Our children are our future, so we need to make sure our legacies are carried out in generations to come," end quote. Mr. Ireland, respectfully, that's what gained your vote, and I believe my partner's vote. She's a retired major from PG County Police. And, the combination of what you had to say and your strong commitment to those things in the community, and combined with your oath to serve and protect as part of the law enforcement community, is what garnered our vote for you. But I have to ask at this point, what happened to your promises to protect our county, its people, and its children, when we now know that less than 2 years later, you guys were already engaged in negotiations for data centers? I can't understand and can't continue to support someone that puts other interests ahead of our community, as you stated back in 2022. So I just ask each of you commissioners, as you go home tonight, maybe give some consideration to what inspired you to run in the first place before you became a county commissioner. With that, I appreciate your time, and I yield back. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right. Next caller ending in 9266. We are ready to receive your comments. Please state your name and address, whether you will be speaking as an individual or as a designated representative of a group. Please press *6 to unmute your phone now.
Yes, my name is Justin Durr. I live on Nursery Road. I'll be speaking on behalf of myself. I do have property that is adjacent to where they're going to be building. I'll have data centers, right on each side of me. I'll have to look at it all the time, and not too excited about that. My question is that the listeners, you're voted on by the people and for the people to do the people's work. And the majority of the people don't want these data centers, or at least want some time, a moratorium, to see what the results will be of getting them. So what makes you think that you are so much smarter than all of these people that are way smarter than I am to just continue forward without at least voting on 6 months is a short amount of time. So why can't you do that? Thank you for my time.
Thank you.
All right, caller ending in 5080. We are ready to receive your comment.
Andrew Clerk. My name is Andrew Furman. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm a resident at 1274 White Sands Drive here in Lesby. I represent just myself. So one thing I haven't heard anybody talk about is the emergency evacuation procedures. These two locations are unique from any other place in the country in that we have a nuclear plant and an LNG plant that both require evacuation upon the sound of the alarm. During construction, large trucks will undoubtedly be coming across the Governor Johnson Bridge, which is only one lane in each direction, although I'm sure it reverses to 2 lanes in case of an emergency. Tell me how. We have never had an actual evacuation practice. But there's been a recent practice live in Orange County where a chemical tank almost exploded last week, and 50,000 residents had to simultaneously be evacuated. So I want the commissioners to tell me, how safe is it going to be to have large trucks coming up the Governor Johnson Bridge, which, by the way, is in a state of disrepair? How safe is it going to be to have everybody at the plants leaving their trucks, including at the data center plants, the flatbed trucks bringing up supplies, the school buses leaving the schools with students, and myself? We're all in the first zone for evacuation. How safe is it going to be? Why is there not going to be held some sort of evacuation practice such as never been held? You're endangering the lives of everybody in the community by stressing out an already stressed out system. And the nearest fire department is in Solomon Island, and there's a volunteer fire and a volunteer rescue, and the next fire department is in Prince Frederick. We cannot handle any emergencies likely to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is going to be the caller with the last 4 digits ending 8208. We are ready to receive your comments. Please state your name and address, whether you will be speaking as an individual or as the designated representative of a group. Please press *6 to unmute your phone or press the unmute button.
Hi, my name is Janelle Martin, and I'm a lifelong Marylander, and speaking for myself, a lifelong Marylander and 41-year resident of Leslie. The facts are clear. We've heard the scientists, expert environmental commission say we need a pause. We've heard SMECO say that we're headed to even more issues with the electrical grid. We have spent decades of, and who knows how many millions of dollars in Save the Bay mode protecting this region's fragile ecosystem. The issues of light, water, electricity, sound, and what about our fragile Calvert cliffs? We're not allowed to walk those beaches because of natural erosion. Add sound and land vibrations to that site specifically, then what? All of you come from families that have their own that are business owners, farmers, watermen, public protectors. Please be the officers of our protection. The strictest of ordinances, policies, standards, and to protect against all the already known issues popping up across the country. Be the folks who set that high standard and move forward with caution. If nothing else, then to enable our children and their children to grow up loving and enjoying this bay and these rivers and protected forest areas in good health, the way that you did. We all must pay attention. Stop this now. Be the elected board who truly makes that difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 8508. We are ready to receive your comments. Please state your name, address, and whether you will be speaking as an individual or the designated representative of a group. Please press *6 to unmute your phone or press the unmute button.
Hi, my name is Kathy Wilcox. I'll be speaking for myself. I've lived in St. Leonard for 9 years. I planned on discussing issues with data centers here in Calvert County, but I realize you're already well aware of those issues. Water, electric, noise, etc., and you obviously don't care. I've come to realize it's all about what businesses want and not what people want. This is why we have a plug ugly eyesore of a shopping center, where the design makes no sense and the parking even less. This is why the Route 4 expansion made traffic worse and not better. Do you sit around drinking and drawing on a napkin? Hire the most incompetent? Any complaints or accidents? No problem, you'll add a traffic light. A traffic light won't fix any of the issues with data centers. And your history leads us to distrust you regarding these data centers. Now you will cite the tax revenue for these. However, you never mention the cost of the citizen. You obviously don't care. These wonderful new tax revenues cost us money, time, and now a rural way of life. But you don't care about that. You consistently ignore what your citizens want in favor of businesses. Businesses may pay you money, but we are the ones who can fire you. This also is in direct opposition to your own mission statement. Preserve our rural character. Nowhere does it say business first. I do have to give you credit. You have succeeded in uniting Democrats and Republicans against this and against you. We won't forget, and we won't be voting for anyone who doesn't represent us. The citizens of Calvert County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the last four digits 2041. We are ready to receive your comments. Please state your name and address and whether you will be speaking as an individual or the designated representative of a group. Please press *6 to unmute your phone or press the unmute button in Teams.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Sheila Kufal. I am from Lusby, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. A few issues I want to address. What's to prevent the data center from tapping into the aquifer nefariously with no one looking? So I think if this disastrous plan is to move forward, there needs to be some check on that. And at the second topic, the last BOCC meeting, Commissioner Hans, Ireland, and Cox promised Commissioner Hart that if there was anything in the Environmental Commission research that they would abide by that. And one of those topics was they asked for a 12-month pause. So where is that promise to the three of the commissioners who clearly is, we don't know why you're taking this stance. There was a gal that spoke a few moments ago about the particulate from the LNG plant. I have security cameras, and at a certain time of night, it looks like it's snowing from these particulates that are falling from the sky. LNG promised to self-regulate their pollution. Who's checking on that? The state of Maryland requires us to put our automobiles through emissions. Thank you. I hope you make the right decision.
Thank you. Thank you.
Caller with the last four digits 5080. We are ready to receive your comments. Please state your name and address, and whether you will be speaking as an individual or the designated representative of a group. Please press *6 to unmute your phone and press the unmute button in Teams. Caller 5080. There are no more speakers online.
That's it. All right, that takes us to Commissioner reports. Commissioner Grasso.
Well, I just want to say one thing. No, I'm going to say a lot of things. But I could give you a list of things that I have done since we last met, but it's really immaterial to what is going on with data centers. But I do want to give a shout out to one of our employees. Kat Poff has been nominated for an Orby Award. This recognizes executives for outstanding leadership, excellence, and innovation. Okay. Mr. Flaherty, I have not been in any negotiations with data centers. I have not had any sit-downs with AWS or Natalie talking about data centers. Period. End of story. The more I got into this data center debacle, you know how I feel. I'm not for them. I don't think they are conducive, appropriate, aligned with our community and what we want for our community and for our environment. End of story. Thank you.
The minutes say otherwise. You were present in those meetings.
Yeah, did Buddy sign it without your permission?
You don't know what went on in those meetings.
In the minutes?
Commissioner Hance?
No.
So since we last met, there were several Veterans Day ceremonies that I participated in. You know, it's a small thing to give some time out of your life to memorialize those individuals that gave their lives to help you live in this free country that we live in today. Also, last Sunday, I went to the ACLT 40th anniversary dinner on their farm on Double Oak Road. They had about 100, and I think they said they sold 125 tickets. There were a few empty seats, so they had over 100 people there. It was a great dinner. Also, last week, I attended my granddaughter, got confirmed in church, and graduated from 8th grade, so we traveled to South Carolina to participate in that with her. You know, everybody wants to know why you keep voting against moratoriums. So I've been told that we need a moratorium to take time to do studies to get the right things in place, the right protections in place. And that's exactly what we've done. We have a policy in place that no data center can get a building permit until all the text amendments are firmly in place. And whatever studies we have to do to implement those text amendments, it's going to take whatever time it's going to take. So I don't understand the difference between that and what a moratorium does. I'm sorry. I just don't get the difference. And, you know, we've been going through this now for 2 years, I guess, however long it's been. We have been involved for 4 years. There's no bags of cash. If I could find them, I would like to find them, but I haven't seen a bag of cash yet apply from anywhere. And so that's not part of this decision. You know, we were approached 2 years ago about a data center, had some meetings. We haven't made any deals or commitments for anything, but that data center project, the Constellation Energy, might provide up to $200 million a year in revenue to the county. And so we are trying to work through to understand what that really means, because there is certainly contradictions in some of the things that we hear, and it's our responsibility to search out the truth, and that's what we're trying to do. And I made that promise last time we met to Commissioner Hart, and if we put text amendments in place and they can't abide by them, then they can go someplace else. I'm good, but we're just doing our best. So thank you.
Commissioner Hart.
I want to say thank you to the Parks and Recs folks and all the businesses that helped down at Cove Point Park. To all the young graduates, it's graduation week. I want to congratulate all of them and all the awards. Is pertaining to exec session. So exec session, you put a blanket out there that you cover a lot of topics that give you the ability to talk to. As of recent, I won't sit in exec session until they're videotaped. Not that I'm saying anything happens, but I can't defend myself. So since I can't defend myself, because exec session is I give you a great example. If 4 of us are sitting there and we're talking about the weather, you're getting a summary of the best that can be done through there. But so as of the last few meetings, I won't sit in there until they're videotaped. I've found that that's a procedure that happens in some other jurisdictions. It's just something that I'm comfortable with going forward. I've been sitting in exec session for 11 years. The purpose of exec session might be an HR discussion, could be a variety of things, from maybe a software system that's recently put in, about some of that, anything. I've sat in there where it's been work sessions about a new director coming on, what they were interested in doing, things of that nature. Not everything is some top secret thing. There's just work sessions, but just full transparency. If they're videotaped, I'll sit back there. If not, I won't. I want to thank everybody for coming out today. It's been a super long meeting. You hear a lot of times they say people don't care. Well, I see a lot of people care, and a lot of people on phone, a lot of people watching. So I know it was a very long day. I just want to thank everybody for coming out and everybody's participation. So thank you.
Mr. Cox.
Yes, thank you. So for the public speaker that wanted public meetings, on page 4 of today's conditions of getting data centers processed, they must hold a public meeting in the election district of which is proposed. That it is one of the text amendments. So
That's not what I was referring to, just to let you know. That's not what I was referring to. Public hearings held by the county, not public meetings for the applicant. Just to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 people to keep in your prayers this week, the Foreman family who lost a loved one, and also the Harris family in Prince Frederick who lost a loved one. Please keep them in your prayers. I also attended the George Owens Stars and Stripes that that Chesapeake Beach had. Both mayors were there. It was very well attended, and it was a nice service for our service members. Congratulations to all the graduates this week. It's graduation week, so please look after them. Also attended the ACLT celebration of 40 years. Autumn Lewis is a new director. She's doing very well with that. And also at Saturday at 10 a.m., they are opening the launch of the Parkers Creek Heritage Trail. And on Sunday, they have Children's Day at the farm at Patterson Park. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
It's Children's Day on the farm. I just want to thank county staff for everything they've done. I mean, they've been, for lack of better words, taking a whooping. They've had a lot put on. There's been a lot of PIA requests, rightfully so. They unfortunately have been singled out and targeted by certain individuals, and it's a shame. It really is. These people go to work every day and do their job. And somebody mentioned it earlier. There's a school teacher, there's a doctor, a lot of these other people, they take the abuse that some of the county employees have taken. No, they don't. So I just want to take a minute and say thank you to our county employees and our staff from the top to the bottom. I appreciate it very much what you do. Is there a motion?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I move to recess to executive session pursuant to general provisions, Article Section 3-305B, 1 II, to discuss any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. 8, to consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending and potential litigation.
Second. So motion and a second, moving to exec session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great